So the theory
but
is
it's not
a cause.
Yeah, we are live.
It's not
I'm just
actually
checking.
constant.
But
That's
TP, you
hilarious.
surely are aware of the difference between the colloquial usage of words and how they are actually
You mean
defined
the way
in
they're
a
used
specific
every day
context?
and the way people understand them? I understand weight as a 56-pound bag of spuds. Kevin
Yeah,
understands
ask-
weight as a
did-
56-pound bag of spuds. My mum
Yes,
understands
we are
weight
live.
as a 56-pound bag of
colloquially.
spuds.
Colloquially. What's the problem?
Everybody
You have the
understands.
love of
I-
humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite.
Description and maybe a fourth of mass. You are aware of that?
We are live.
Just because they're describing the same thing?
How can you have four different descriptions of something?
Here's my question. Do any of those descriptions contradict each other?
Of course they do.
Okay, how so?
Well, rename them. One is what? Go ahead. Rename them.
Mass.
Okay, mass. Go ahead. Give us the descriptions.
We just did.
Okay, I'm just going to let everybody know that we're into a mass discussion, right? Wednesday, Hump Day, and we literally just turned into a mass discussion. So, yeah. Carry on, guys. I've got to make a cup of tea, so it's fascinating for everybody.
Is one of those descriptions a kilo?
A kilogram is a unit of mass. Yes.
Right. And what's the other one? The other 2, 3?
There's a lot of units for that. Some are imperial, some are metric.
No, the other descriptions of mass.
You mean an object's resistance to acceleration? Or the
Exactly.
amount of matter an object has?
Exactly. So you don't think there's something fishy there?
No, because it makes sense that if something has more matter, it will resist acceleration more.
Okay, so in your fantasy now, if I weigh myself right next to a swimming pool, right? And I weigh 100 pounds, right? If I put that scale in the swimming pool, how much am I going to weigh?
Less.
So do I actually weigh less?
No, you have buoyancy.
Exactly. So
That's kind of the point. Your mass stays the same, your weight doesn't. That's the whole
Exactly.
point of it.
exactly, that's the whole point of
Okay.
it making no sense.
So you're
'Cause
agreeing
nothing-
that mass makes sense? What?
No.
Wait, what?
No. The term mass makes no sense.
Why? Because that's the consistent
Because it
value.
has
Your mass will
four-
stay the same.
No, it has 4 definitions. The stuff, the surroundings around you, when they change, that's what changes the scale. But you remain the same.
Exactly. So your mass stays the same, but your weight, which is a force, does not.
No, absolutely.
That's you just
Absolutely
described
wrong.
it. You just
Nothing
described that and
changes.
agreed with it.
No. Absolutely nothing changes. Just the surrounding around you. So your weight is always the same. Always.
What? You just agreed that you'd weigh less in a swimming pool.
Yeah. Well,
Am I the only one that heard that?
the stuff that you're made of does not change, correct?
Yeah, that's your mass. That doesn't change.
No, that's not your mass. That's you.
Yeah, you're
Which
made of
part
mass.
of your mass is it? Is it the kilogram? Is it the resistance to movement? Is it
It's
the
all the-
stuff that you're made of? Which part of it?
It's all the same. It's like saying you can't describe people as, with different description. Like, this guy is tall, this guy is strong, but apparently he can't be both. That doesn't make any sense. If the descriptions contradict each other, then that's one thing. But if it's describing the same thing from different ways of just different descriptions, but they don't contradict, then there's no problem.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay,
One
where do
thing
they
cannot be.
contradict?
You cannot be a kilo and a resistance to movement at the same time.
Okay, why?
It's one or the other. Which one?
Okay, why is that?
Because it's a contradiction of terms.
Does
That's
kilo
why.
mean accelerate?
Kilo means a kilo. A kilo is referenced in France, a bunch of lead. That's a
Mhm.
kilo.
Yeah. So does that mean something that does not resist acceleration?
No, does that mean something?
Okay, so
Does
again,
that
it
mean
doesn't
it's a hump
contradict.
of lead? Does that mean it's a hump of lead, or does that mean it's something that resists acceleration?
That means it's 1 kilo, and that means 1 kilo will resist acceleration, like any other
Okay,
1
so-
kilo.
Okay, so if I tell you, can you please get me that thing over there that resists acceleration? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, because there's a lot of objects that fit that description.
Exactly.
You'd have to specify.
Exactly. You have to specify. Exactly.
Yeah. You don't say get me that mass over there. You name the object.
Exactly.
A
You
mass
say,
is a
can you please
quantity of
hand
an
me
object.
that? Can you please hand me that 1 kilogram of weight there? You don't say hand me that mass or hand me that resistance to acceleration. Do you say that?
No, because people don't usually describe things that way. That's a really terrible point.
It's not a terrible point. My point is to you.
Yes.
Mass is a magic term that is used by mathematicians and scientists that have no clue what they're talking about.
This is like saying if I'm asking for a glass of water, me saying, "Can you go grab me that liquid over there?" Well, water must not be a
How about if there's
liquid. That
wine?
doesn't
How
make
about if
sense,
there's a
right?
Okay, how about? You didn't think of that one, did you?
No, you cut out.
How How about if there's a glass of wine next to that water?
Yeah, you'd have to specify water and not say liquid.
Exactly. So you can't just say mass.
Okay,
And mean four things.
Is wine and water both a liquid?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So mass fits for that too. Like
No, it doesn't.
What
No,
point are you
mass.
trying to make?
My point I'm trying to make is when you guys say mass, you think of one thing, I could be thinking of another thing because it has 4 different definitions. So mass is a magic word. That's the point
mass
I'm
just
trying to make.
describes a lot of things because a lot of things have mass.
Exactly. So if you describe things liberally, like generally, go ahead.
Even from your your critique of mass, I could use the same thing. Be like, grab me that weight over there. You won't know what I'm talking about. Grab me that thing with weight over there. You'll have no idea what I'm talking about. You'll have to specify on the object. But that's just because I can't describe it as that thing with weight does not mean it does not have weight.
No, the reason why you use mass, the word mass is nonsense. The reason why you guys use mass, right, is because you want to take us into space and make all kinds of fancy theories. That's the reason why you want to use mass. You want to confuse people.
Are you scared of that, Montreal?
Sorry?
Are you scared of mass and weight versus weight?
Not at all. I just want a definition because we just gave 4 different definitions. I believe my point has proven. Is it a piece of lead?
Is it a real non sequitur there, Hoemar? Well done.
Yeah.
I mean, acting like accepting that mass and weight are different concepts in physics is going to take us to what space or something. That was the actual non sequitur.
No, I'm telling you, mass has 4 different definitions. So it violates the law of identity. Do you understand that?
It has 2 different definitions that Sam gave you.
Exactly. You can go in a dictionary for a number of words and find different descriptions, different definitions.
So right. So when we discuss them, should we not?
Every other word in the dictionary?
No, we're discussing mass now. Nice try.
Okay, so why are you specifying something that you say you have a problem because it has more than one definition when you have no problem with any other word, apparently?
I didn't say I had no problem. Pick a word. I might have a problem with it. We're talking about mass now. Are you trying to divert?
No, it's because you're specifying that this is your problem with mass, but it's not actually a problem. You just don't like the definition of mass.
No, it's a problem when something has. No, when something has 4 definitions, sir.
But that's
the law. It breaks a few laws there.
But the
law of non-identity.
You even described the issue with weight and mass with a swimming pool about how your weight changes when you go underwater. That's the whole problem. That's why mass is a thing. Because we want something constant. Because you don't suddenly have less of a body when you jump in the pool. You just become more buoyant. Your weight gets counteracted by buoyancy.
Okay, that constant, how do you measure it?
How do you measure it?
Yeah. The constant of your body weighing that much, how do you measure it?
So, you definitely, what you'd have to do is you'd have to factor out the gravitational acceleration because mass.
Do you? Or do you just get on a scale?
Well, usually the scale has it factored in already.
You see, there's no way around this, my friend. You have to define terms.
No.
Yeah.
No.
If I'm talking about a giraffe and you think I'm talking about donkey, we're not going to get anywhere, are we?
So do you think when you jump in that swimming pool, you lose part of your body? Is that why you weigh less?
Yeah, nice try. Nice try.
Okay,
that's
so
what you think?
Tell me what's going on here.
Nothing.
Well, something must be going on.
I'll tell you what's going on. You've been bamboozled by a word. I'm me. I always weigh the same, no matter where I go, what I do. Yeah, always. No. I'm always the same. Yeah, but because of the water, that scale reads different. But I didn't change. Nothing changed on me.
So your weight did change, though.
My weight. So now mass refers to weight, not the resistance to acceleration, right? In this term, you choose.
The stuff you're made of.
So you're choosing it to mean this in this instant. But if we talk about it in another instant, for example, in movement, you'll choose another definition of it, correct?
Physics. It's the context is physics, Montreal.
Yeah, and not even
sure.
just physics. Why do you think they measure all gold at the 45th parallel when they buy and sell it? There's a reason for that.
Yeah, don't change the subject.
That
Don't
it is
change the
part of the
subject.
subject.
Does that gold change in any fashion?
No,
When it's an ounce of
but
gold, when they
its
weigh,
weight
when
does.
they, you think that its weight actually changes because it goes to another part of the world, right?
Yes, that's why they do it.
Right. So now, when they're doing that, they use the definition of mass as weight, not as resistance to acceleration, or not the amount of stuff it has, right?
It's
They
all the
choose
same
to use the
definition.
term. You don't realize what's going on here, do you?
No, there's no problem because none of those definitions contradict each other.
So you can choose any contradiction you want at any situation you want and call it the same word, and it meaning different.
You
That's
haven't
okay
pointed
with
out the
you.
contradiction yet.
I just did. When
No,
you're
you didn't.
when you're in a pool, right, and you weigh yourself, you use mass as weight, right? But when you want to talk
No.
about movement, you use mass as resistant to acceleration.
No,
right?
you'll use weight as weight, and you'll use mass as mass.
So that's two different things.
Yes.
So in one instance, mass is mass, and in the other instance, mass is weight.
No.
And then again, it could be the resistance to acceleration or the amount of stuff in it.
No.
You see what I'm
mass
saying?
is still mass, and weight is still weight.
So how come
You
it
need
has
to- you-
four
you-
different descriptions?
The 4 different descriptions all describe the same thing.
No, they don't.
Again, you can describe a dog as furry, and you can describe a dog as small. It's not
You can also
contradicting each other.
Yeah, but you could also describe a cat as furry and a cat as small. So which one? What do you
Exactly.
mean then? Which one?
Okay, so there's some more specifications you need to make when you narrow things down, but those descriptions
Exactly.
don't
So
mean they're wrong.
mass doesn't mean a dog and a cat at the same time, right?
They're made of mass.
Yeah, but you
So,
said you can
you-
describe
again,
a
Made
cat
of it.
and a,
You have to specify what you're talking about. That's the difference. You just need to specify more into what you're talking about.
so a cat and a dog are made of mass, is what you said now.
Everything is made of mass.
So they're made of lead. One of the description is lead. They're made of lead.
No, the description for net mass is not lead.
So they're made of
All
the
the
resistance
same.
to acceleration.
Everything's the same.
Yes.
So a cat and a
Because-
dog is made of a resistance of acceleration.
Yes, because they'll both resist acceleration.
Okay, I'm done with this. I can't take it anymore. I got a headache. I'm done with this guy.
How much do they resist it? Like, they can't be completely resistant to acceleration because you can move things.
Exactly. So the more massive it is, the harder it is to accelerate.
And they stick it
Makes
in water.
perfect sense.
Stick that heavy thing in water and then do it.
Yeah, so it has some buoyancy, so it's a little bit easier to move.
So why don't you just... No, forget it. I'm not going to let you do.
Okay, so I see no problem with it at the end of the day.
Sure.
If you think cats are made of the resistance of acceleration,
Let me ask you this, Montreal. Is it easier to move a piece of paper than a cat? I think you would say yes, right?
is that a serious question?
Yeah.
Because one weighs less than the other.
One has more mass than the other. There's a correlation between weight and mass, yes, but that does not mean they are the same thing.
What does EC mean? What kind of a variable is that? What's the number?
What are you talking about?
It's easier to move a cat than it is to move a piece of paper. What's EC
Mm-hmm.
mean? Is EC 0? Like, what's the variable? What's going on? I just came back.
Because the paper has less mass.
And that's translates to EC.
Yes, it's easier to accelerate it.
So mass and easy is the same thing.
Okay, so you came in late, so you're confused. At
Very
this
much
point.
so, yeah.
Yes. Something that has less mass is easier to move, right?
Well, that
Do you
depends.
agree?
Isn't it relative to what's going on, to what you're trying to move and stuff?
What you're trying to move? What are you talking about?
Would you
I've
need to
met
put
some-
more force into moving a cat than you would a piece of paper?
Yes, you would.
Is force equal to easy then?
You'd have to use less force in the case of the paper.
To equal easy.
Like, easier is just a description. It's not a value. I don't know what you're fishing for here.
Now that was the control variable. It was how easy. What's the difference in easy between moving a paper and a cat?
Because one requires less force, like you said.
So force is relative to easy. What's easy?
No.
Have you ever met a stubborn cat? Like a lion? Can you move a lion? Or a log? Like what's the two
Okay,
other
so
things trying
I
to
see
move?
we're diverting
Going on?
here, so let you guys carry on.
No, I'm just, isn't it kind of relative? If you have a lion, that's not easy to move.
Yeah, it'd be harder to move than a house cat, yes.
So a house cat is a piece of paper.
Okay, yeah, I'm tapping out of this one. This is just silly.
What's easy? Isn't it relative? That's my question. Is easy relative? Yes. What's it relative to? Mass. What does that mean? What is easy? What is mass? Everybody's been asking, it seems. You've given them 4 contradictory descriptions of mass. Now you said it's easy. That's also like a 5th one. So I'm just trying to clarify. I have no clue what you're on.
Yeah, just let me know when you guys got a real rebuttal against mass here.
Sounds to me like you can't face the argument, Sam.
There wasn't really an argument there.
Oh, what's going on? So quiet.
They've both tapped out of this one.
Oh, right. I thought they would be into it. Like,
No,
both
There's not much more to say, is there? It's basic concepts of physics that you learn in high school, basically.
Oh, I
So-
remember. Yeah.
Okay.
Time
Sure.
window. Yeah, can I look through a time window?
You're diverting, but let me finish the
Did
point.
you
So,
do basic?
physics?
Did
right?
you do
So,
basic physics at
I'm not sure where
college
the
or
contention
university?
is.
Hoimar, where is your field?
What I'm doing?
Yeah. Like I could tell you, I've done joinery, so I've also done building construction, done a bit of surveying, so I know about that. Actually, practically as well. So that's what I sort of do. What's your field?
Okay.
What is your main thing? What is it that you do?
It's software engineering and computer science.
Oh, computers. That's strange, isn't it? Everybody seems to be computers on the globe side.
Is that so?
Yeah,
Huh.
most of them.
Intriguing. Well, I've met a few Globers in these
Uh-huh.
servers who weren't computer scientists.
Oh.
That's anecdotal
Scientists.
evidence that were not. No, that they're not working in the field.
Oh, are you a computer scientist?
I'm studying computer science.
Science. In the sort of, would I be thinking? See, when I think of science, you know what I think of? Do you want to have a guess? I mean, who do you think of when you think of science?
You want me to give you the definition?
Who you know, what the science, when I think of science, I bet it's nothing like your science. Is it?
Well, it's
I've heard
different fields
QE
of
talking about
science.
science. Is that sort of computer science? Is that the similar sort of thing?
Sorry, what drop?
QE science.
QE science.
Yeah, with the
Quantum
scientific
eraser
method.
science.
He has the scientific method, QE's scientific method. Do you use that in your computer science? Do you do like science on computers?
Yeah, it's we apply it differently
with the scientific method.
Yeah,
on computers.
It depends on which field you work in, right? Like if you're in research, it will actually employ the scientific method as you know.
You have independent variables and all of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's a huge field, so depending on where you are, it's different from natural science.
What I think of when I think of a field? Grass has got cows in
Beth,
it.
I don't think I want to hear it. You're thinking of
so when you say this computer science is a huge field, like we're not thinking of the same field, are we?
You're thinking about a wheat field?
Well, a cow field. Normally, when I think of a field, I feel like, is that what you think of, a wheat field? I think of a field with cows in it. Yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that the same sort of thing as a computer science field?
No, it's just a field in science, right? Like a subsection of further specialization.
Computer science. I see. I can't really get a grip around that, and especially not with physics. It's not like physics science, is it? Like you were pretending before.
Well, if you work in hardware or that kind of stuff, then it gets pretty physical. It's.
So what's the science involved with that hardware sort of stuff then? Give us an example of the latest experiment that you did in computer science.
Well, I haven't done any any lab experiments yet.
Oh, computer lab experiments. Can you not do them at home on your computer, or do you have to go to a lab computer?
Sometimes, but I mean, we can talk about this some other time.
Well, give us an example of one that you like. Once you finish your computer science, when you get a job, do you hope to be a computer scientist? What sort of experiments do you hope to be doing?
Well, I'm probably going to be a software engineer.
Oh, that doesn't sound like science at all.
That sounds exactly right.
It sounds more like engineering to me.
Sounds more like program or something on the computer to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like computer games designs, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, making fantasy worlds in software.
Yeah. Models.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like... there's a lot of people I know like that.
Programming your car GPS,
Who else
for
have we
example.
got? Yeah. The Blue's done a bit of graphics. Yeah.
It's not that fantastical, is it?
No, I don't think anybody claimed it was either or on that one.
Okay.
But it probably is a good paying job.
Mm-hmm. But it's nothing like QE science, is it?
It's not. Yeah, you don't have to. Like the job is not going to be like a scientist with a lab coat or anything.
No, I mean there's a specific kind of logic behind what Bev's saying. Well, what logic is at the core of your computer science, right? That's what I think the conversation is.
Fuzzy. Do you use fuzzy logic?
Not usually. It's usually just a Boolean algebra or Boolean logic.
Okay. Do you use fuzzy logic in your conversations?
I try not to.
Good.
Did you ever
when you come in here talking about physics, and stuff like that, what is your training in it? Like, because I'm sure I'm guessing there are people here with better qualifications than you in here. Because if you've just done your software, right? So, what gives you the confidence and the ability to be able to come in here and talk about windows of time.
So, you still didn't get what I was talking about, windows of times. When I talked about a time window, I think you understood that. But I have my physics education. It's not a university degree, but it's kind of, I can't really. There's no equivalent in the English or American education system. It's like, we call it Abitur. Perhaps you've heard of that.
No, please tell us.
Well, you go to school, right, for like 12 or 13 years, and then you finish with that kind of. It's kind of a degree, right? But
just a high school.
No, it's a bit of a high school degree. It's
a high school degree.
College, basically.
You get degrees at high school, do you?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
I didn't.
So you're just normal qualifications then from high school. Is that what you're talking about? Like a physics, high school physics?
It's probably comparable. It's not exactly on that niveau, but it's probably.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not as if qualifications really mean anything at all, is it?
No,
I mean, it's good to know where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, what's your education like?
It's good, thanks.
It's good.
Yeah. I can say I've done joinery. I've got a trade. I went obviously more to the practical side of it.
Yeah, that's valuable too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like a college degree or something?
Yeah, building construction.
Okay.
And the surveying, of course, and the trade, carpentry and joinery, advanced craft, sitting in guilds. And then I did a year teacher training at university. That was fun.
Okay, I see. Yes, sounds good.
Yeah. Each to their own, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
So yours is theoretical.
It's not theoretical, no.
Oh, practical then.
Well, yeah, I've done like
weighed things.
Actually, I'm not that comfortable with sharing all that.
Switch lights
on. But that's live streamed on YouTube, so yeah. Let's move on.
Yeah, you've done stuff. Yeah, we've all done stuff, right?
I've done a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Physics and at school and qualifications and all of that. But they don't really mean anything, do they? So when we can go into these conversations, they should just be like on an understanding that we want to try and teach each other, right? And learn from each other.
It gives you, a general direction that this will go. You will probably, a person with a higher qualification will probably know what they're talking about in the field.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
They are qualified in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You'd definitely hope so. You'd hope that nobody would speak up unless they actually knew what they were talking about.
I mean, as you said, it's not. I mean, formal qualification is not. In these kind of informal discussions, anyway, it's not that important.
Yeah, and there's definitely no subject called globe Earth, is there? Nobody's qualified in it at all, are they? Because it's not really a thing. It's not a subject. Is it?
Well, you could call it earth sciences, right? All fields of science that relate to Earth are about globe model or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say? This is where I say, would you say you could science surveying? Can you science a measurement?
Yeah, it's called metrology, as I told you before, the science of measuring things, of establishing units.
Okay, well, yeah. In reality, all measurements are Euclidean. Shortest line, shortest distance, right,
All
is measured
measurements are Euclidean?
linearly. Yeah. Straight line, shortest distance. And an angle from one point to another with straight lines.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
If there are non-Euclidean measurements.
I'd have a look. Yeah, they're all Euclidean. I'll tell you. Yeah, all measurements that are ever made in reality are Euclidean, being shortest straight line distances, and same for angles. You know what an angle is? Euclidean angle. Also, surveyors, that's what surveyors use whenever they're going out doing surveying, Euclidean. Is that surprising to you?
It's not surprising, but if you say that, you're probably talking about plane surveyors, right? Because geodetic surveyors...
all surveyors that survey locally.
Yeah, geodetic surveyors work with spherical geometry and geodetics.
When they're surveying locally... no, they're using Euclidean geometry, obviously.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So where do the surveyors that you imagine? Because I mean, I know geodetic surveyors. They're just surveyors. They just go out and they do surveying.
Yeah, but now, if you go out there and measure, let's say, a triangle with more than 180 degrees interior angles, you've got to put that into some kind of, you've got to evaluate that, and
you know how you evaluate it.
That cannot be a Euclidean triangle. Yeah,
that's what you say. You say you've fucked up somewhere. Because triangles have 180 degrees, obviously.
Well, if a triangle, right, has more than 180 degrees, it can't be a Euclidean one. Do you acknowledge the existence
of... It's not a triangle.
Do
you know what triangle...
triangles?
You know what a triangle is?
Are you aware of the fact that there are more types of triangles?
In reality, there's only Euclidean triangles.
Actually not. It's measured that there's not only Euclidean triangles.
In reality, triangles have 180 degrees and they're only Euclidean. Yes.
Well, then you should talk to some geodetic surveyors.
I have.
Do you not know what a triangle is? Is that a potential possibility in this intersection of the time window, right? That you may not actually understand what a triangle is, or am I? Is that possible in your model of reality right now?
I know what a Euclidean triangle is.
You put variables into what I asked you.
I don't.
I didn't put there, you did.
You're proposing I don't understand what a triangle is.
Yeah, what does the word mean? Triangle. What's a triangle? Do you know? Are you sure you know?
I do, yeah. And if you know too, then we can stop asking redundant definitions.
Try. 3. Yeah, 3. Number 3.
3, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
3 vertices and 3 edges.
3 angles. Triangle. Angle. Right? Triangle?
Correct.
3 angles, yeah?
Yeah.
So 3 straight lines then, yeah?
How did you get to that?
An angle?
So, yeah, what are you talking about? They're an angle, they're 2 straight lines. That's how you measure angles.
Yeah, they're an angle, yeah, between two straight lines. But the edges of the triangle don't need to be straight.
Do you just contradict yourself to get around easy questions, right? Because you know you can't have actual triangles. You need to do something with it, right? At this moment, Hoimar, you have to change up what a triangle is right now. Why is that, Hoimar?
I don't.
So
Okay, I'll post
lines, right?
I'll post an image, right? And you tell me how many triangles you see in that picture.
You're orange again, really, Hoimar. 3 straight lines, Hoimar.
Oh,
yes,
no, he's got a special one here. He's got a special one for you. He's been looking, he's been checking the internet.
Even I know this one. There's only one there, Hoimar.
You upgraded.
Yeah.
Called a Rulio
Download new
triangle.
software overnight.
Rulio triangle. And it's used in real world applications. I've shown this to you previously.
What is it that you're showing me right now?
What do you mean showing right now? The triangle? It's called a Rulio triangle.
Rulio.
Which lines is called what again?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, which line? What do you call the lines?
How many lines is there?
Edges.
1, 2,
Edges.
3, 4.
There are 3
1,
points.
2,
3 points, 6
see
edges.
the triangle.
And at least 6 angles in that picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 angles. At least 6. It depends. Possibly more.
6-angled triangle.
You could even film.
That's brilliant.
You
I
do know.
I didn't say 6 angles.
You do know there's only 3 there, though, angles, because the other ones are to curves, aren't they?
It's
Hoimar,
dynamic.
there's only one triangle. And you said there's 6 angles.
Can you define what a Rulio triangle is?
Can you
talking about that?
tell us where the other 3 angles are, will you? I can see 3 there, triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the other 3? At least. Go on.
Yeah,
Let's do a Where's Wally?
We have the 3 outer edges, right? That's
of the triangle.
Right?
Of the triangle, yeah.
Right?
The triangle?
The outer edges, the curved edges.
Of the triangle? No, that's not the triangle. The triangle's
that's
the
an arc
Rulio
above the side of the
triangle's in the
right?
middle.
Yeah, it sits in the center there between all the arcs, right?
Yeah, but I was talking about the other 3 angles, except for the inner ones that are in the Euclidean triangle.
Go on, point at them. The other ones that
they're between the outer edges. So
outer limits, outer limits of the triangle.
Just give us your definition of an angle.
Angle.
It's the amount of rotation between 2 rays that meet at a vertex.
So which one's a ray there?
Well, we have tangents, right?
Have you got a bent ray?
Edges, and the tangents are the 2 rays.
You got one of your bent rays.
We measure the angles from. So
is that a bent ray?
Tangents being what, Hoimar?
Being a straight line.
Are the tangents there, Hoimar?
We can draw them, but
is there a tangent there on the screen?
In the image? No,
so you can't have an angle then, can you?
No tangent was drawn, Biff, but we can obviously establish a tangent.
Well, obviously, if you put another line there, then obviously, yeah, you can. But it's not there at the minute. Can we just imagine it's there? Fuck's sake.
Well, you know the definition of tangent.
You don't get the point, Hoimar, at all, do you?
No. It's completely lost on him.
You think that these curved edges at the point of intersection don't have 2 tangents that will form an angle?
Not at the minute.
That's why I wanted to ask about the excluded middle early on with computer science, right? Because the computer is either on or it's off, right, Hoimar? But now you have the tangent that it's either there or
it's not there.
Yeah.
It's not there, but it is there whenever you want to use it.
Yeah, whenever you need it, there it comes.
We only need a point. We can choose any point, and then we draw a line that touches the curve at only that specific point. We have a tangent. What's the problem?
You've just manufactured something that isn't
A
there.
tangent. Have you never put up a tangent to a curve or a circle or whatever?
If somebody like showed you a ball and went, "What's that?" and you went, "It's a ball," and they went, "Fucking stupid. It's equipotential angle of a fucking adjustment there in between the tangent and the fucking sphere." And you go, "What sphere?" You're like, "Well, no, you'd have to put another tangent there. Fucking stupid."
Can you define the terms you're using? Equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh, you don't know about that? Google it. I can Google it.
Yeah, I'll probably land on nextlevel.live or on the level.live, right?
Yeah.
Would that be a good place?
You mean you haven't got anything for an equipotential angle of adjustment counter yet? Phew, you best get ready. We have updated it today, though. We did realise that the equipotential angle of adjustment wasn't quite good enough.
Your term does not exist.
Epiquadratic angle of adjustment.
It's your
You can't have it staying linear, can you? Fucking hell, what would be an equipotential angle of adjustment if it wasn't quadratic?
So, do you think in that image I posted, there's just one triangle?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No,
Formed
we
by
don't think it. We know it.
Yeah,
we know it.
Formed by
what about
three
what
straight
I just
lines.
Let's put this on Facebook, right? You do it,
Do-
Weimar, of course, and you ask
Do
everybody
you know what the thing is
entire
called
world
that I
of
just
Facebook
posted?
How many
angles
triangles can you see in this
how many
picture?
angles can you measure here? Yeah, ask everybody, Weimar.
What do you mean?
Exactly that. Ask
Where?
everybody you know.
At the image I just posted?
Yeah. How many triangles?
And how many angles can be measured?
At the original image or the one I just posted at 46 minutes after the hour?
Oh, have you
46,
drawn
sorry,
tangents
you've
on
got
it
another
now?
one, have you?
I can draw tangents onto it if you feel better then. If you think they
46
don't
minutes.
exist just because they're not drawn.
I can't see one.
Because you have a little imagination.
Well, there you go with the ad homs again, Hoimar. Well done.
Well, no, you can't picture a tangent to a point.
You can't measure the angle without the tangent.
You can't picture it if it's not there.
You're gonna take a photograph of a unicorn, Hoimar. Can you take a picture of something that isn't there? Like the unicorn isn't there? Can you take a picture of that with your camera or draw it?
What do you mean it's not there? It's stood on top of the fucking tangent.
Just there. And then draw it.
Balancing.
Right on the middle, yeah. That's the furthest point. That's the hump vertical.
Yeah.
3 hump verticals, Hoimar, isn't it?
He's just waiting for George, isn't he?
One circle right now, so maybe this is just 4 times as ridiculous as it used to be.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you, Hoimar.
So I just posted it. That's
Oh, so
isn't
you've
a
drawn
tangent.
tangents on it just to make
Let's have a
yourself feel better now.
So what's the problem then? Why did you say we can't measure the additional 3 angles?
Triangles. You can't measure the additional 3 angles. Would that make it... if you joined all of those up, can you join them up, make them all big, and then let's have a look at your fully formed triangle.
I was going to ask that. What's going on with the lines disappearing out of the side of the image? What are those? What?
That's his tangents to measure his angles, which obviously you'd have to develop them all the way to fully reveal the entire shape, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
It's just tangents that don't matter for the shape of the underlying Rulio triangle.
No. You don't measure external angles of shapes.
They're not external.
No,
they're not internal to that fucking triangle, are they? Look at them. Those orange lines are not internal.
They're tangents to the curved lines that form the Rolio triangle.
Yeah, so you're measuring the angle externally outside of the shape. Look at the lines.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, the angles go all the way along that line, right? That's how angles are measured, surely.
I think the problem is that you just have never heard of a Rolio triangle.
The problem is you don't know what an angle is, obviously.
You can construct that triangle from 3 circles.
And then you can put a fourth, right? Just for the fuck of it, you could do that, right?
No, a Rolio triangle is constructed by 3 circles. There is no fourth. Don't deflect.
Oh, but originally we just had a triangle. Now there's 3 arcs.
Well, that's your imaginometry, as we like to call it. But
is what you proposed? What did you even call this triangle? Is that really my imaginometry now, or was it you who brought it up, Hoimar?
It's I'm not arguing with you with the existence of the Rolio triangle.
See that? It's like, well, it's just like proposition 1 with an extra circle in it. Like, it's not really done much different there. That's proposition 1, Euclid.
Yeah, it's made
with another.
So again,
just adding another triangle that isn't another circle that isn't really actually needed.
How many triangles do we see there?
Just 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
that's proposition 1. Have you ever done any Euclid?
I'm
guessing not, since this is proposition 1. It shows you equals. Equals.
I'm about to go in here and ask my 6-year-old, how many triangles do you see of this picture?
This is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect example.
Do you know, if you draw a line with those verticalpices, it finds the midpoint of each of those lines of the triangle. That's clever, that, isn't it?
Let me go test this.
Would that be the circumcircle? I bet it would be, if you got all of those verticalpices, it'd chop all of bisect the angle every time, obviously. Bisecting the angle would give you the circumcircle.
Yeah.
Entire thing.
Yeah.
Could we expand that? What about that? Who was that?
What's his name? Dr. Brown in Back to the Future built in the back of his car.
Yeah.
You see the picture? What do you see in this picture? How many circles do you see? Point them out and say it, please. All right.
Well,
how many triangles do you see? What's a triangle? A triangle has 3 straight sides. That's the only thing is a triangle. What color is that one? Okay. What color are the circles? Thank you. Yeah. What's this, baby?
Can you tell her thanks for the help? It's been really helpful.
Thank you. Say thank you. And welcome. All right.
Thank you very much.
Definitely more sense than Hoimar.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So you need to deny the existence of the Rolio triangle just to not be wrong. Just to not be wrong.
That is my 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
She pointed it out. She gave you colors. She could see colors. She can say her colors and all that. That was my 6-year-old. I don't have to deny anything. I see it in the picture. She sees it in the picture. But it's your fantasy.
Why would you expect your 6-year-old to know about Rolio triangles?
No.
It's
I said
unreasonable.
triangle.
That's totally unreasonable, Redmond.
She knows what a triangle is, Hoimar. That is the point that is being made.
Exactly, that's the point.
She knows what a triangle is. And obviously, you don't.
This is basically the same conversation as previously about weight and mass, just with triangles. Euclidean versus other types of triangles.
Hoimar, I've got a question for you, right?
I'm seeing a pattern here.
How many degrees in a
circle,
Hoimar?
How many degrees in a circle? You can answer that yourself.
I'm
There you go with
asking
your trick questions, DP. I think you're trying to trick him.
Yeah, definitely.
How many degrees in a circle, Hoymar?
360.
How many? Right, and you're saying you can have. How many degrees in a semicircle, Hoymar?
180.
Okay, 180 degrees in a triangle. You say they are greater than 180 degrees in a triangle. Does that mean, because there are 180 degrees in a semicircle, 180 degrees in a triangle, does that mean somewhere to make up the circle, you've got triangles with less than 180 degrees in them?
Actually, yes.
Wow.
These are
And
called hyperbolic triangles.
Have you got them in reality, Hoymar?
Good one,
Being
DP.
used in practical applications.
Cheers.
Have you got them in reality, Hoymar?
You can construct a hyperbolic triangle, yes.
Triangles.
Like actually
right on the
build,
cusp of proposition 1. There it comes. Creeping out the back before the big one.
Yeah, I mean,
the
world of geometry is bigger than just Euclid.
What about reality?
You should be aware of that.
Yeah, you do have to stick to reality, like DP says, Hoymar, right? You can't fuck about with reality, can you? Like, in reality, if all right angles are equal, that means 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. That's 2 right angles. Don't get that bit confused with 180. There's only 2 right angles. And they're all definitely equal, aren't they? So you can't even really conceptualize it being any different, really, can you? Or at least no sane person would be able to.
Hey, got one more question. What grade are you in? Thank you.
What was that? I think we didn't hear that.
So yeah, hyperbolic geometry in reality.
Yeah. The angels and the
pretty
demons.
In reality.
Yeah, as I just posted.
The angels and the demons. Yeah. It's just inside out, isn't it?
A lattice.
Lattice, yes. Sometimes just the simple things in life.
A lattice is
That are in
hyperbolic.
fact hyperbolic.
Well, it looks like a lettuce to me.
Yeah, it looks like a lattice to me.
So if you were to triangles on a lettuce, is that? Or if you make triangles out of lettuce,
collage.
Make ink. Can you get ink made out of lettuce that'll draw triangles with less than 180 degrees in them?
Well, maybe that's not lettuce. That could be the newest triangle. It's Hoymar's triangle.
It's not me. Don't
I
attack me.
like that.
I'm just,
yes.
just conveying the message.
Hoymar's triangle.
Hoymar put it out there.
Hoymar's hyperbolic triangle.
It's out there now.
Picture of a lettuce.
Hoymar's hyperbolic lettuce.
Yeah.
I think we can for science that.
Yeah. There you go. Wow, is that another lettuce? Looks different.
That's a.
Have you put some science on your lettuce? Hoymar's science to lettuce. Look at that.
Cool.
Analogous to the lettuce.
Yeah, did you know that like even in a lettuce, there are geometric principles You know,
comedy.
in
Yeah.
most natural shapes have these principles in them.
Can I like make both of them 50% transparent and overlap them exactly 1-to-1 on each other at any point? At any point.
It's just two illustrations.
Yeah, like at any point, or it's just
You
yes
can't
and
just
no.
you can't just overlap
No, of course.
an illustration of a photograph of a lattice and say, oh, it's not the same.
What?
You just told us the lattice.
Is that a
was
challenge?
a hyperbolic triangle. That picture of the lattice there, that is a hyperbolic triangle. You told us.
No, it has hyperbolic geometry. So that's where hyperbolic triangles are
So
also
you
represented.
screwed up, is what you're saying. You completely said something ridiculous when you said that back then earlier, right?
So you can't factually continue, so you just say, well, you failed.
No,
You
I'm
screwed
just
up.
asking you.
You screwed up, I've won.
Yeah, do you want to backtrack to there, or just want to keep going, or I'm just asking you?
No, I mean, I don't think it makes much sense to discuss this with you. I mean, I think you have some difficulties with Euclidean geometry already, so why go beyond that?
Coming from you, Hoymar.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. And you couldn't even find the center point and the radius of a circle if I gave you 3 points on its circumference.
Yeah, you gave me 3 points yesterday.
Or am I
High
wrong?
up in
Or
the
am I
air,
wrong?
yeah, didn't I?
The
Didn't I do that
circumcenter.
live in front of everyone in the world yesterday? Did I not? Doesn't everybody in the world know I can do exactly that because I demonstrated it live on YouTube yesterday, Hoymar, did I not?
Did you demonstrate it?
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, you
Well,
must have missed that. You should go back and watch, the recording from yesterday, maybe.
do you know when that, like, where
No
in the
clue,
stream that
no. No,
that
no clue.
roughly was?
Absolutely no clue. During the live stream somewhere.
But you demonstrated it?
Probably several times, yeah.
With what? Did you use like some kind of
Pure logic, yeah.
piece of paper or geometry, software for
Verbally. Using your logic.
Okay, yeah. No, that's fine.
Using the very same logic you used. I did that to you, in front of you, so you could hear it several times.
Wait, are we talking about the same thing?
Very much so. You're trying to
Because-
shoot me down based on a lie. I'm telling you, I told you to your face yesterday. I can do exactly what you're telling me right now that I cannot do. So yes, I can do what
Because
you're claiming, and I
we
did it.
we were
in front of your
debating
face
for
yesterday.
we were debating for days
Okay,
that
thank you.
you
I
said,
will
well,
get
I
something
need
to drink. This is
I need
ridiculous.
I need the radius and I need the circumcenter to determine the circle. And I said, no, you only need 3 points on its circumference. Do you remember that? But I appreciate that you actually moved forward from that.
So what do we move on to? Hoymar, what did we move on to?
Do you want me to decide what we should move?
I don't know.
Move
Like,
on to?
is that it? You've finished with the. What was it you were on with?
Yeah. I guess we're finished with that.
What was
little
it?
episode about the, extent of geometry. But yeah.
Extent of your geometry.
Oh, not mine. Not mine.
Not yours.
I just convey the message, right?
Conveyed whose message?
Well, about geometric definitions and facts.
You did some geometric definitions and facts. Have you got anything like that says about a triangle? Because obviously a triangle's Euclidean. all the definitions.
I was just thinking that, Bev, but he's given a hyperbolic triangle as a triangle that has less than 180 degrees, and yet a spherical triangle as a triangle that has more than 180 degrees. So he needs two different geometries to get his two different triangles.
Yeah, but the line in the middle is straight.
Yeah.
I don't need. I mean, I didn't. There wasn't like a shared application where I needed both geometries.
But the question was,
even if I did,
the question was, Hoymar, that there is 360 degrees in a circle, 180 degrees in a semicircle. This is all Euclidean. It's all the same geometry, and to equal up what you can't equal up, you need to use two different geometries.
No, I didn't.
Yes. One's hyperbolic, the other is spherical, which, by the way, are both hypothetical geometries.
It's not hypothetical. I showed you a real-world application of a Rulio triangle, which is called a Wankel engine.
It's engineered.
Wankel
engine, yeah.
This is engineered. Yes, you can engineer curves. Yes.
Correct, but it's still a Rulio triangle. It's
not a triangle.
It's not a triangle.
I would really appreciate if you acknowledge the fact that there are other types of triangle.
It's not.
You'd appreciate it.
No, Hoymar.
But this is getting away. This is getting away from the fact that you need two different geometries
to do what?
Exactly. To get your triangles to equal 360 degrees, which you can't do anyway.
There are types of triangles that do that. There are spherical triangles that can go up to 540 degrees.
540
degrees. The show is it. Go on.
Can you draw that out for us, Hoymar?
Fucking hell!
Right now.
It's just a triangle then, wrapped around a sphere.
Oh, draw it out.
Not a triangle, Hoymar.
It's a type of triangle. That's the definition. I don't argue definitions with you.
Can you draw it out?
Clearly. I could construct one, but...
Do you see what I've made for you?
It's a waste of time. I mean, I can show you. Do you remember the orange? We talked about this before, right? The orange with the triangle that had more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, I like the lettuce better.
The orange with the triangle that has more than 180 degrees.
Go for the orange for the spherical and the lettuce for the hyperbolic. I mean, it's perfect. And can't see why nobody else has gone for this before.
You're absolutely correct, Biff. Yeah, we can use different types of geometry where it's applicable.
Yeah. Different types of way. I wouldn't call the other fruit. What I mean, how would you?
But apparently,
fruit and veg.
You've never looked beyond.
You use fruit and veg to describe geometry. It's a new.
But
it's a new trend. Yeah, I like it.
Look who's here.
There's now bringing it into reality, is it?
We have Mike Jones in here. He has
he's a superstar.
He should be able to tell you about other types of geometry.
I bet he doesn't know anything about fruit and veg geometry. Triangles. Fruit and veg triangles.
He could probably tell you that
geometry is it colour based? Is it green and orange?
Sorry,
is it more about the green and the orange, or is it more about the fruit and the veg? Salad. Sorry, I mean it's me being like fruit and salad. I used to like them. They were nice little sweets, those, when I was a kid.
Normally we
fruit salads.
Normally we're getting word salad from Hoymar. Now we're getting geometric salad.
Geometric salad?
Fruit salad. You balance your triangles if you get a good bit of fruit and salad together.
Yeah, back when I was a Christian, I used the geometric shapes.
Back when I was a Christian.
Yeah, I used geometric shapes in nature to demonstrate intelligent design. So the lettuce is an example of
fruit salad.
geometric shapes.
You mean like the
in
flower of life and?
Oh yeah, I got a good one of that the other day.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the flower of life.
Asgardia.
And the
It's like
golden ratio.
Yeah, it's like an inverted thing. They've done a
kind of
bit
stuff.
of hyperbolic on it as well, you know, with the Asgardia. Let me find that.
Well, there have been people that have made the correlation of like cauliflower to the human brain. I'm thinking Hoymar may have taken that a little bit too much to heart.
Yeah, keep the ad hominems coming. They tell more about you than about your victim.
We know, Hoymar. We know, Hoymar. It's fine.
It's good.
It's all
It's
right.
okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Blue Marble Snowflake Squad for the win. Don't worry about it. You could be strong, Hoymar. You'll get through it.
Well, it's just not a way, right, to have a discussion or debate. It's not productive.
Were we having a debate? I thought you were teaching us about hyperbolic
It wasn't. I hope it was.
Produce geometry is what I thought we were getting a lesson on.
I thought we were just listening to Hoymar's bullshit.
Well, I mean, we are just living in the Euclidean, right? We just deal with the very simple Euclidean stuff, and we just hear simple folks with straight line distances measuring angles like normal people. We don't know about all of this fantastic new stuff that you've developed. Triangles with more than 180 degrees. I mean, they're unheard of where I come from. The reality I live in.
It sounds like an oxymoron from where I come from.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it not sound fantastical to you?
Oxymoron.
Like paradoxical, is that more closely to what it actually
I would say so, yeah.
Ah. Natural phenomena, someone once told me, Hoymar, is that what it is?
What?
Triangles having 180 degrees, I would say, is a natural phenomena. Well, geometric natural phenomena, because it happens in reality.
Except for the
well.
triangle on the surface of a simple orange.
You would have to tell us your definition of one, an angle, and two, a triangle.
I told you. Did you forget?
Go on, give us your definition.
I just
again.
told you like 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, Are you suffering from Alzheimer's
absolutely.
or something?
I bet everybody is too.
Holmes, Hoymar.
You can't just forget things.
So what's an angle again then? What's an angle again?
I've told you. I'm not going to repeat.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, of course.
You should know, if anybody.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody else will. Somebody else will let us know what you said whenever you said it. Don't worry about that.
I can't seem to care to remember what Hoymar said.
No, you won't be able to. But one of the people, somebody who was listening, would surely have remembered either that, or they may just be not listening to you, Hoymar. It's like whenever you say something of note, we almost just sort of forget it. You know, like a zip.
Yeah, I know you forget. Yeah, I've observed
Men in
that
Black sort of thing. Do you do that? Have you got one of them?
After a discussion, some
Over
of you
the
just
internet.
reset. Yeah, the next day they debate just the same thing. There's no progress whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite
Yeah,
troubling.
we keep getting people coming here every day talking about the same stuff. They can't let go of it. They're obsessed. Absolutely
No, it's just
obsessed.
that in
We've
the
got that
discussion,
far,
right?
right? We decided
You
to
make a
open up
point,
a
you
YouTube
prove a
channel and do
point.
some nights.
And your opponent doesn't really acknowledge it or do anything with it. He just resets, right?
Yeah, we'll be doing, yeah.
I've observed this here a few times.
I know you have. That's you always reset every day. And I think that's the plan, Hoymar, right? Because the people that come in here to listen don't come in here to listen to you and your resets every day talking about the same
if you prove me wrong,
old shit.
I'll acknowledge my mistake.
Day after day after day. Saying nothing and then saying you've already said it. when you get asked. You're
I've
just time wasting,
I just
Hoymar. It's
told you
pretty
what an
obvious
angle
to
is.
everybody.
You're a lying shit, Hoymar. That's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, the same damn lying shit every day on repeat, Hoymar. Every day.
And it's getting boring. Well, it's gone past the point of boring.
Yeah, it's gone past the point of boring for me too.
Well, I think we're still all eagerly waiting for you to prove parallel verticals, practically.
Horizontals. All horizontals are
using at least predicative
parallel.
logic. That would be a start.
Yeah, I know you and your mates, right, think that there's something great that you need to have. Well, you can get it for yourself. We're fine.
There's the thing.
Hoymar. And now, if you want to come and actually listen and go along, well, in fact, you have. But you sort of get stuck on straight lines and then understanding straight lines can be parallel. Horizontal planes is how we find parallel. And we know that your model doesn't actually have any parallel. That's why you fall into this contradiction trap of your own making.
No, I was asking you for a practical proof of your definitions.
Hoymar,
All you do is recite definitions.
Hoymar, what Bev just said, if you would stop and listen, what Bev just said is absolutely the reason why people had to come up with something called hyperbolic geometry. You can go read it for yourself on Wikipedia if you like or whatever. The reason why they came up with that utter nonsense is because they needed to do away with parallelism out of Euclid. And you're still doing it because you have your model and you don't critical think and you can't critical think. It's just a fact.
So in what kind of position are you to just throw out all these, these fields of geometry?
Called critical thinking, Hoymar, and just a little bit of research.
What allows you
can go out there and find the same things, but you refuse to do it. You come in here every day and bore us to tears with the same argument, but you do give us geometrical produce, which is very good.
you just
Oh, Kevin, you're fantastic.
The viewers are dropping, so you're all right, Hoymar. Nobody wants to listen.
In your imaginative.
Nobody wants to listen to you, Hoymar. There's nobody watching now. So if that was the idea, what you meant to do, or is it that all of the hate watchers that are watching are thinking you're making such a bad show of yourself that this is really bad and they don't want to watch you? What do you reckon? Because I know I'm getting fucking bored of it, and I know most of the people that are probably listening and watching are getting bored of it.
Are you getting
bored of it yet? No, well, listen, I don't want to be doing boring shit that nobody wants to watch day after day after day, because some people can't get a model out of their fucking heads. And that's you, Hoymar. You.
Prove your hypothesis. And we'll actually progress on this.
What's my hypothesis? Euclidean geometry. Do you want me to prove Euclidean geometry? There's a book of it.
That at each point on Earth, the vertical is parallel to each other vertical.
I just go by Euclidean geometry. Is that okay for you, Hoymar?
That's an abstract definition, not reality.
Well, it is, because we use vertical and horizontal as we do in Euclidean geometry. It's all explained in the book. Just Google it if you want to know what vertical and horizontal are, Hoymar. You should know what vertical and horizontal are.
You should know what an equivocation fallacy is, calling vertical the same in Euclidean geometry and earth sciences, although they have totally different definitions in these contexts.
Are you invoking
earth sciences?
You haven't given us a definition of vertical. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Where is your definition of vertical?
It just means following the direct gravity.
No, actually cite it. Let's see it. Let's see it. The definitive definition of vertical from Huymar's Earth Science.
Yeah, I can give you that definition as I've done
Go on.
before. It's,
Preferably not as a piece of fruit
like,
or maybe some vegetable.
you wouldn't call that a definition, would you?
I haven't got a
Piece of
clue.
fruit. Yeah.
Have
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
George? Has George wrote you up a definition of vertical yet? One that they're happy with. The globe cancels fine with
Yeah,
the
they're
vertical.
vertical. In
astronomy, what about
in
what about in
related sciences
reality?
and Context, a directional plane passing by a given point is said to be vertical if
Inside
it
it?
contains the local gravity direction at that point. That's the definition.
Wait, so what's that? What's that?
What's what?
What's the local gravity position? Can you just tell us?
Locally. In
Yeah.
plane surveying, a blunt line.
Okay. That's a vertical.
That's the local gravity direction, correct?
Right. Where?
What do you mean where?
Where?
At that point, at one specific point.
Okay. What about if at this point?
Yeah, it's just the definition stays the same.
That point. Where's that point?
What do you mean?
Give us the location of that point.
It's an arbitrary point.
Yeah, where? Give us a location.
It's arbitrary, Biff. A definition is supposed to be as general as possible, but as specific as necessary.
Okay. So where is that vertical?
At one specific point.
Okay. Where's that point?
Is that a non-Euclidean
Any point, any arbitrary point on Earth.
You said at one specific point.
No, not one specific.
No, that's what you said. Your words were at one specific point.
Yeah.
Where is that?
At one specific point. What's your issue with saying?
You said it's one specific point, and Bev is asking you where that specific point is, Hoymar. Do you not get it?
I said it's an arbitrary point.
Oh, so it's specific but arbitrary.
Yes.
Make up your mind. There's a bit of a contradiction going on there.
It's
not
arbitrarily specific.
You can only refer vertical to one specific point, whichever that point may be.
Which is where?
Where is it?
Which is where?
Arbitrary.
It's very specifically arbitrary.
Hoymar, you're a mess.
No, it only means you can't disconnect the vertical on Earth from a location. You can't just assert that all verticals are, parallel or whatever direction.
What, arbitrarily or specifically?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm asking you whether the statement you've just made is arbitrary or specific.
My statement is specific. I explained what that definition
in an arbitrary way?
No. It was just that the point is unspecified, but each vertical is tied to one.
So it's unspecified, so it's unspecific.
It's not. I gave you a specific definition.
Oh, so it's not unspecific now.
That's the first time in a while I've heard that one.
What are you trying to do, DP?
Well, I'm asking you whether it's specific or arbitrary.
Well, what is specific?
The point you're trying to make.
I'm making a specific point, yeah.
A specific point in an arbitrary way.
The point in the definition is a location on Earth.
That's specific, yeah?
You're talking about an argument, Biff. DP, sorry.
Tapped out, have you, Hoymar?
It's almost at this point that I feel like stepping in and rescuing him, like somebody being bullied. Like he's so out of it that it's not fun anymore. It's like playing a game on
white
easy.
knight for the snowflake. He'll be out in a minute, getting all offended that you're white knighting for him.
I'm white knighting for him. Yeah. I feel like he's lost it. Like it's like it's too easy, kind of a thing.
Well, I don't want to put any pressure on him because he's. I mean, he is doing well. He is the only Glober, and he is only filling the opening act. George is on his way. Don't worry. He's just filling in.
Oh man, what has become of all the top ballers?
They're all hiding. SE. Sorry, go.
Redman.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, you know, my 6-year-old knew what a triangle was. We had a little lesson earlier.
The triangle, yeah. I missed some of that because I had to break like about an inch of ice. Crazy weather here. Yeah, me.
On the skateboard. Paradox.
Yeah.
So we've had a fair few paradoxes going on with the hump and all of that. And he's right, because they assume there's more angles at the top than there is at the bottom. It's really weird. I don't know whether you've worked that out or not, because DP did very well there, because if you've got more angles at the top, that means you've got less angles underneath, which means you've got sort of spherical at the top and hyperbolic underneath, but you're actually talking about a 2D surface in between. It's a tangent arc chord again, isn't it? Like every time. Bish, bash, bosh, it ends up in a straight line.
They're in a mess. They are in a total mess.
Well, the geodesic is defined on all three kinds of curves in their framework there with the geodesic. I would say, isn't it? Positive, negative, and zero curvature surface, right? It allows for all three possibilities. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and they have to have, if they have one of them, then the opposite side of that, because obviously it's a 2D. And if you have hyperbolic on one side, then spherical on the other. They couldn't necessarily, they come together, those two.
They have to, because they form in the intersection like some kind of a circle.
Yeah. There's an internal side of the circle and an external, isn't there? Because you've got no radius.
The intersection between those two would form the radius, would it not? In like a crazy way.
I chose not to think about hyperbolic and spherical geometry because they are just thought patterns, right?
Yeah, it looks very distorted in my mind of trying to conflate those two.
Yeah, you don't want to nutsack yourself, do you?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Magic words like mass.
Well, it's dangerous. It really is. It's the dangerous place to put your mind if you hold a model. To be able to hold any geometrical understanding and hold a model at the same time, you've got to hold these twin concepts of spherical and hyperbolic. The lettuce and the orange, as I'm going to call it. You've got to have
to have opposing thoughts in your mind. That's a must.
Yep. That's a good way of thinking about it, actually, Hoymar, as well. You need both the lettuce and the orange. Or you just have horizontal and Euclidean stuff, and it's all right, because everything works out geometrically. The other one is oranges and lettuces.
So what's the control for those?
Well, Bev, it works geometrically in your mind, but if you actually go out there and measure it, everything contradicts your claim of
No,
parallel
everything
horizontal.
is Euclidean when we go out and measure it as
Oh,
well.
yes, that's not what I was saying. Measurements contradict your claims, Bev.
No, they don't.
You didn't
any
measure.
measurement that I've ever taken has been a Euclidean measurement.
Yeah, the measurements
every
you've
time.
taken don't falsify your hypothesis.
Triangulation works as
They
well,
don't
doesn't
even
it?
test.
Have you
They
heard
don't
of it?
test your hypothesis.
Have you heard of trigonometry? That works in reality as well, doesn't it? It's genius the way
it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens with large triangle networks?
I don't know. Trigonometry is a right-angled triangle, isn't it? 180 degrees, as you know. And as you know, because you know geometry quite well, and you know trigonometry with a right-angled triangle, you know it has to be 180 because there's two of them within the circle. And that you can't have a triangle with more than 180 degrees and then put two of those in a circle. It's impossible. But I mean, hey, you know much better than me, right? In this new
you can keep
geometry.
talking about that, although it contradicts geometrical definitions. But real world measurements, contradict your claim.
What, geometric definitions?
Of, for example, spherical triangles. You just throw all of that out the window because
Have you give us a definition of a spherical triangle yet? Did you give us a definition of a spherical angle? A wangle?
Yeah. No, I didn't. A spherical angle is where two great circles intersect.
In spherical geometry.
On a sphere.
On a sphere. So 3D.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So not...
I mean, the angle still exists on the surface as well, but...
What do you mean then when you say circles intersecting?
Okay, do you know what a great circle is?
A great circle? No, you'll have to explain that a little more close.
I know what a normal circle is.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying.
Have you heard of great circles?
You're here to explain it, aren't you?
Yeah. I've heard of a circle. If you want to expand on it.
So we can agree on a circle, I'm sure, right?
A great circle is a plane that runs through the center of a sphere.
A plane?
Yeah, and where it intersects the sphere,
it's like a circle, then.
Did you say a plane?
Yeah, 2D, like a 2D circle.
A plane that cuts through a sphere.
Yeah,
at its
circle.
Through its midpoint.
Yeah,
so a great circle is a plane.
Could it be indefinite in size, the plane, Hoimer? It's just a plane, right? Can be produced indefinitely.
Correct.
And it just cuts through a sphere in 3-dimensional Euclidean space.
It does, yeah.
Okay. So what did you call it again? The other thing. When does that come in?
The great circle, that's the intersection between that plane and the sphere.
It's like a circle on a plane, like a circle.
It's like a regular circle.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that gives us a circle that lies on
why
that very
are
plane.
you fabulizing your circles? It's just normal circle.
It's just a regular circle, Hoimer.
I'm not, it's not my problem that you haven't heard of great circles.
Well, I mean, you would call it great, but
it's
just
a
normal.
regular circle. Yeah. Then we can move forward from just a regular circle, okay?
Well, no.
Yeah, but he also said it's a plane is a circle.
No, the plane is what the circle's on. It's like a Euclidean infinite plane.
Yeah.
So there's nothing particularly great about this circle then?
No.
Is it because
it's got us all wound up? I thought I was
I'm
waiting for something.
disappointed now.
Is it the size of the circle? That's great.
I thought this circle had kind of a wow factor.
Yeah, Goldie's in the chat saying she's got a great granny.
Let me come to Hoimar's aid here for a second,
but
because
it's greater than his circle.
I can tie this back to something Hoimar was talking to, and that is I'm old enough to remember. I don't know if it hit the UK as well. So some of the folks close to my age might also remember Charlie Brown. Do you guys remember Charlie Brown? Anybody?
Yeah.
Well, Charlie Brown it wasn't Charlie Brown. It was Linus, the guy with the blanket. he had the great pumpkin. So we just tie it back to the produce. So we've got the great circle along with the great pumpkin. Now
And
we've got
the hyperbolic lattice. Yeah.
Now we are
ya.
cooking.
Yep, I feel you. This is turning into a bit of a cookery club.
Cooking with gas.
Do you think
Can I deliver it?
Do you think
Can I
Euclid said
deliver it?
anything about great
You
circles? Do you think Euclid said anything about great circles?
Regular circles.
He did just add normal
Yeah.
circles, yeah. He didn't fabulize his circles. No.
They are the same, though. Yeah, we just established.
Just
No,
basic.
Euclid said. Okay, let me tell you what Euclid said about great circles. He said, if in a sphere,
Don't tell me.
two
Don't tell me.
circles
Don't tell me.
bisect one another,
What if Redman
both of the intersecting circles are great circles.
What if he knows? What if he wants to tell you, Hoimar?
Yeah.
Give him a chance. He's trying to
All I want him to do is put it in chat. Your reference, where you getting it from. I don't want to hear what you're talking about. You can go ahead and talk about it after you put it in chat.
Yes,
please.
if
I did.
in a sphere two circles bisect one another, both of the intersecting circles are great circles. Wow. Are you sure that was Euclid that wrote that? Or do we have any sort of tie back to Euclid anyway?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Would it be in what book?
But you
12?
never stumbled across
13?
this?
What book? Which book was it in?
I'll have to look it up. Which
yeah,
book
that's
it
what
was.
Redman asked you to do, right?
Yeah, not just post something you've typed.
Right. Yeah.
Would it be in
We all
Fantasia?
Dissect it. I
You
want
do
to
know.
dissect it.
You do know how citations work, don't you, Hoimar? It's not just shit you've typed.
But I mean, if Euclid wrote it and they were circles, then they're just normal circles, right? You just call them great. Maybe that's because they're intersecting. Did he?
No, because they are the greatest possible circle on a sphere. Like there are also smaller circles, right, that intersect the sphere at points other than its midpoint.
Okay. Well, yeah, that would make sense because when it says that a circle can be formed at any center and any distance from that center, well, that wouldn't apply, would it?
No, it has to go through the center.
Well, yeah, but if that's in Euclidean geometry, you can make a circle as big as you fucking want. Right? You can even imagine things orbiting things with big, massive circles. But if you've only got spherical geometry, you're limited to the greatness of the biggest circle, aren't you? You can't get anything bigger than a great one, can you?
Are you trying to
it's sort of limiting circle. It's like it's a bit. It's like giving you the plus roll and going, "Well done, you're special," but you can only stay down to your little fucking thing.
Are you trying to string up another bogus paradox?
Well, no. I'm just saying this great circle, like you said, it was the biggest possible circle that you could have. But in Euclidean geometry, it allows for circles of any size. So Euclid's a bit better than that. So it's like giving it a prize. Like, come on, here, you're great. And like Euclid's going, well, we can have some fucking massive ones, mate.
It could also be called the biggest circle, but that's not really what they call it.
Limited. You could call it limited.
Biggest but limited.
Yeah.
It's limited bigness.
To the sphere, yeah, obviously.
It couldn't be any bigger or any smaller, like, Maybe it's an identifier, right? For the size of the circle, it can't be any bigger or any smaller because it's only a 2D circle in anybody, isn't it? It's the surface of a 2D circle. So the actual circumference of it is a 2D plane. Sounds great, fantastic. Can't even picture it in my mind. It sounds so fantastic. Maybe the greatness is about how good your mind is to conceptualize it as being a 2D surface.
Have you ever cut an orange in half through its center? Yeah, great. You
Wait
did
a
a great
minute.
circle
Let me
through
check.
that.
Is that scientifically or?
No, just to imagine what a great circle actually is.
You want me to cut an orange in half to
Correct.
imagine what a great circle is?
No, then you did exactly. You will see.
Could you not just draw a circle in a plane? It would be exactly the same thing, no?
But we need a sphere though, or we won't have a great circle of a sphere.
Well, it's just a circle.
Yeah, but that's also, wait a minute, it's not just a circle, DP, because it's great, right? Which means it can also be that 540-degree triangle, can't it?
Sorry, Hoymar, didn't mean to downplay your great circle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
the great orange circle. The great orange.
540-degree
triangles. Please always mention the great, or you will discriminate against the circle.
Did you cut your orange from top to bottom or around the circumference, around the middle?
It doesn't actually matter.
Great.
As long as I cut through the middle,
it does matter because your segments end up different shapes if you cut it one way as opposed to the other.
It's always a great circle.
You could just peel it and then segment it into half, couldn't you, that way? Always gets sticky, doesn't it? Orange, if you peel it. And...
About the triangle that has 540? Isn't that discriminatory? Shouldn't we call that the Great Triangle as well?
No, that's fantastic. That triangle. If you ever see that,
the impossible triangle, that is.
If you ever want to not see a triangle, well, that's the one to not see. It's amazing, isn't it, Hoymar?
They're always trying to take away from the triangle, you know? Can't just leave it well enough alone. It's always got to be. Can't be a great triangle. Can have more than 180 degrees, less than 180 degrees. Shit.
That would be the trismegatus triangle.
Yeah.
Oh, like Megatron.
Trismegatus.
Trismegatus. Sounds loads.
I have to look this up. I think there's got to be a technical term for fear of triangles.
I had to look for it, and I need one of straight lines as well, because there's definitely
fear of straight lines as well. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
If there isn't, we need to make one up. Right, so
definitely
get your thinking caps on ready in case there isn't a fear of.
And once we define it, it is set in stone.
Yeah,
correct. Am I right?
The definitive definition. Yeah.
Well, that's the definition of definition is definitive.
Right? Yeah, it goes on the level.live, and then that's the resource for everything.
Yeah, of course. Law of identity.
I'm on it.
Yeah. Let's see if Hoymar.
Look up rectilinear phobia.
Ooh, rect. It's got to have something to it. It's really weird, isn't it, that Rumpus has decided to call his test rect.
Straight. Oh, dear.
Rectophobia.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I think we got it.
Rectophobic. Yeah.
Good.
Well, that sounds good.
I'm in my 50s and I don't want a colonoscopy. Does that count?
Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, rectophobia. Wow.
Could you be rectophobic?
Well, we have agoraphobia, right? That means you're afraid to go out in large groups.
Yeah.
And now we got a new
that
one.
Was germs. I thought that was germs.
That too, that germophobic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haha.
Yeah, agoraphobic is fear of open spaces or going outside, isn't it?
Yeah. Is there a
Yeah, agora
rectophobic?
means in Greek like a shopping area, like a large area. So yeah.
Yeah. Fear of open spaces.
Yeah. Is there a love of circles? I bet there is, isn't there? I bet
That would be phila, right? So we'd have to like Philadelphia is brotherly love. So we'd have to come, love of circles.
Yeah.
Great circle. Yeah. We need that one too.
Or spheres. If you want to 3D it.
You're a
Conceptually.
philosphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
A philosphere.
Mm-hmm. Philospheres, welcome. I'm seeing it. It's like me administering a sermon at the a Model Affliction
I know, right?
Mondays.
Yeah, you can't help who you love, You can't.
Philospheres, we welcome you.
Horophobia.
What's that?
The fear of horizontals.
Horophobia. Yeah, we can mistaken it for something else, though.
Yeah, that's easily mistaken.
What about like vertinarcosis?
Dirty. Oh man. I don't know. Psychosis.
I bet you could have perpendophobia or something like that.
Perpendophobic.
Or somebody who's against Euclidean, because I think it's coming. They're going to start calling, Euclid might have been a flat earth. You best watch out for it. You never know.
How about vertiphobia?
Well, they love a bit of vert, don't they?
Fear of verticals.
No, they love it.
They love their verticals.
Sorry, Essie. They've come up with a way to measure the curved water, though, that bit of the post that whoever put up there with the water in it, they're saying it's a plane, the ground is a plane, coastal plain, but the water over the top of it is still curving. So in the middle of that plane, if you were to go to the middle of it, dive down to the bottom and measure the water from the bottom to the top, it would have to be different to the sides of the plane.
It's like the law of excluded middles.
Because
they don't understand perpendicular.
That's the word, isn't it? Perpendicular. And that's where it all comes together, isn't it? All the 12 of the right angles.
Perpendophobe.
That's it, yes.
Or Euclidophobe.
No, they rely on Euclidean geometry, don't they? Yeah.
No, they're going to get rid of it. They have to get rid of it. It
Yeah,
supports
the last one.
horizontals and verticals being perpendicular.
Euclidean is like a floating log in the ocean. Whom are you clamoring on? You gotta let go of Euclidean geometry, bro.
Yeah, those right angles would be a killer. How do you get... you can't do that. Triangles have 180 degrees. It's got
Surely
Pythagoras locked down.
Right?
Yeah.
Surely you can't have a fourth. Right?
Pythagoras has got... that the most proofs in reality for Pythagoras, but obviously because it's fucking true. So you can't get rid of that.
No,
ridiculous. You'd have to try and incorporate that somehow. But that proves the right angle, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Proves the right angle, yeah.
And the triangle having 180 degrees, and trigonometry, and like it's at the heart of everything.
Mm-hmm. That's the first thing you do.
Yet the proof of it comes at 47. So, like, the whole book, the whole first book, is giving you the idea of how he does it, because he does it well weird, but it's logically perfect. He uses so many different triangles. Do you nothing? But it all works. And he does it logically.
Yeah, based on the perpendicular right angle.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, like we say, George was said he wants to get us off level is horizontal, which I'm fine if we want to go to triangles and perpendicular. Everybody think that's a good topic. But
Yeah.
Perpendicular, yes.
I'd like to go into the relationship between the triangles and the circles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go pure geometry, right? Because that's how you have to. So you have to live, isn't it? Within reality, within the framework of what can be measured in reality. So I'd really like to go on to the triangles. It'd be a hard job and to push that one though, but Hoymar's setting it up.
I feel like they have taken advantage of Hoymar. A new guy filled his head up with nonsense and sent him into the pit.
He's not a new guy, SC.
The council, huh? The council sent him.
I think so, yeah.
It's like a hazing ritual.
Stations.
It's like, you need to log so many hours over there to be a part of us.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the council might have spoken, but the council always sit in the back room. Think what they're doing is assembling a new crack team of Globe agents. Globe.
So that means Sean will be on there then. He'd have his hands right up.
No, this is a pretty exclusive club. I think Brenda wants in. Not so sure she's allowed in yet.
Well, the first sniff of crack and Sean will be in there.
I'm guessing Hoymar, Blue, Betty,
definitely,
Rumpus,
Rumpus.
George is
Who
coming in
else?
tonight. That's 5. I mean, it's the A team. How can you?
No Star Codder.
They've got the van.
No Star Codder, Bev.
No, he's not
So
needed.
the new-
I mean,
so
come on,
the-
this is Rumpus, George. I mean, who else? Your crack team. You've got your geometry, maths, surveying, logic.
Obfuscation from the Rumpus.
Blue will finish the woodwork off. Put a nice shine to it.
Ruhif? I don't think
Nah. Ruhif's well out of the picture now.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
old.
yeah.
He's old.
Oh,
Old hat.
Yeah, this is a crack team, right? They don't have any of those number 2s. You don't want any of that. They've obviously seen Wally in here.
Yeah.
Like, they've obviously seen and thought we don't need any of that. That's not going to help us.
Yeah, none of the wolf pack are in this.
Rumpus seems like he's on call lately, though. He's the guy that's been getting in here when somebody needs help. He's like the enforcement agency head, like the leader of the enforcement agency.
If we're getting too many viewers as well, they'll send in Rumpus. Bit like Brenda.
Oh yeah.
Clear that viewership out. Get rid of him.
Or if they think someone's messing up, like yesterday with Hoymar, they brought him in to set him straight. You're being too lenient.
Yeah. Well, he had to go in the back room afterwards and get talking to, probably. His good attributes, his bad attributes, things he needs to improve on, and whether or not he's a part of the crew anymore or the council.
Yep. That's why I feel they're abusing Hoymar. They found an easy mark, and they're filling his head up. Hoymar, did he DM you yesterday? Did Rumpus contact you?
What is a Hoymar?
Am I supposed to answer this, Montreal, or what? Why do you ask this
I
question?
think it's a scientist.
Because personally, I like you, Hoymar, and I don't want these guys to influence you. That's why I'm asking you.
I see. Well, I appreciate it. You seem to be a decent dude, Montreal, but I mean, it doesn't really pertain to the discussion.
How far does that book go back? The history of that book.
You mean of?
Because that's not like Euclidean geometry, is it?
Like, what do you mean when you say two circles are parallel to the same great circles? Do you mean plane parallel? Yeah.
You mean from the second citation, in the first sentence?
Yeah, I don't think that's Euclid's wrote that.
Yeah, what's that all about?
You can't have parallels, can you? I mean, what's all on about?
It describes a distinction, right, between a great circle that goes through the center and a smaller circle that lies in a plane that does not go through the center, but may still be parallel to a unique great circle.
Right, so what does that mean? Circle parallel to a circle?
Yep. Just a slice through the...
yeah, exactly.
So plane parallel, just regular, yeah. Curve has nothing to do with that, no, of course.
And it does say there, a translation and study. Is there any chance that the guy might have translated some words wrong? And actually, that's where I wanted to go to.
Yeah.
How far back does this book go?
The actual book?
Mm-hmm. Earliest known... Just do it out. Earliest known...
I think 300 years before Common Era. That's when he wrote it.
When Euclid wrote it?
Yeah.
Well, like when you look at the back history, it's like 1960 something, isn't it? When the guy that that you've put there, J.L. Berggren and RSD. I think that's in the 60s, yeah. And before that, where was it? Because that was when he translated it. Where was the book before that? Where did it come from?
From Euclid's Phenomena.
Yeah, well, where was that? Like, where's the earliest known phenomena of when's it known for? Because I mean, the earliest I could find was 1960 when that guy did it. He translated it. So where was it before then? I say it could be.
Well, I think they they copied it in the Middle Ages when they rediscovered the ancient Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
I think they actually copied it and it was preserved that way.
Yeah,
if
and
that's
then
what you mean.
Some dude called J.L. Bregan found it and decided he wanted to translate it.
He wrote a book about Euclid's Phenomena, describing all the definitions and
so
presuppositions.
Where is Euclid's Phenomena? Where's that?
The actual copy of that?
Yeah. Where's the original? Is it anywhere? Have you ever heard of it? Is there any records of it anywhere? Or is it just when this guy does this book?
Actually, it was, it was part of what they used to teach astronomy and maths for, in universities and so on.
You reckon?
I think it actually dates back, it dates back to the 4th century.
AD?
Yeah.
Yeah, Euclid.
No, I mean Common Era, 4th century Common Era.
Common Era. Is that from like 1980 or something like that?
No, it starts at
69.
at 0.
60. When that guy wrote the book, that was the earliest known.
When it was used in teaching astronomy and maths.
Uh-huh.
So
and that's your citation. But it does say in that bit, that passage that you said, something about the circles are parallel. Now, as you know, parallelativity, right, only exists in Euclidean geometry, doesn't it?
Not actually. No.
Oh, where else does parallels? Is it? Oh, I mean, I know it's in the definition, right? It's definition 35 of Euclidean geometry. Parallel straight lines are such that do not meet, though extended. And even planes as well in book 11. It has parallel planes in Euclidean geometry. So, as a definition, right? So they're defined as what you understand as parallel being, right? In Euclidean geometry. And it makes sense that you have parallels there. But I mean, like, you don't have them in your geometry, do you?
I mean, they also exist outside of in non-Euclidean geometry, like in hyperbolic geometry. You call two lines parallel if they do not intersect in the plane, but converge to a common point at infinity. So yeah, it's
asymptotics.
Let's stick to
asymptotics.
Euclidean geometry.
Asymptotics.
Correct.
Okay. Asymptotic parallels.
It can't. I don't.
In hyperbolic geometry, like, now, do you have hyperbolic geometry? Is that what the geometry that you're looking for? Like, are you actually going to use this hyperbolic geometry, or are you just sort of imagining things to get ourselves out of an argument?
It can be used in reality, but
okay. So let's say the asymptotic parallels, right, of hyperbolic geometry. I mean, you wouldn't be using that, would you? Is that the geometry that you're going to switch to?
No, we don't need that.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
Okay. So parallels then exist in Euclidean geometry, don't they? Are there any in spherical geometry?
I'm not sure.
No. Is that because you don't really know anything about geometry, or because you're just not sure what you should say? Because you fear of Mike saying something wrong? Or is it because you haven't got a clue about what spherical geometry is, conceptually, two-dimensional? Could you have, do you imagine that you could have parallels on a two-dimensional surface of a sphere?
Not actually. There is no such thing as parallel lines.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of parallels in navigation?
In navigation?
Yeah. It's weird like this. This is one of those weird things. Sort of paradoxical, you could call it.
Why? Parallels in navigation? What kind of navigation?
Have you never heard of the, what do they call it? You're not allowed to go past is it the 55th parallel or something? Can't remember. 30th parallel, is it? Maybe the 33rd.
Oh, you mean parallels of, you mean parallels of latitude?
Oh, right. So, yeah, parallels.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see.
So, some parallels are allowed as long as you conceptualize them, right? as parallels,
that
but
just
not
means-
parallels, right?
That just means they're equidistant, right, on the surface of the sphere, but they're
No,
not actually
it would,
parallel
would be
as Euclid
if you were
defines
to
it.
if you were to cut through them as slices. All of the slices would be parallel, like on the vertical, right?
Correct, yeah, but then you have planes.
So then, if
right?
you're thinking of it of a 3-dimensional, then all of the planes within those slices, they would be parallel. So therefore, it would make sense for you to call them parallels because the slices are actually parallels, right?
Yeah, but I was talking about
so
parallel
yeah,
lines.
if you think of it Euclideanly, right?
Yeah.
Then you could call them parallels, right? Like as we do
the
in
planes,
reality.
yes,
So
but
I mean,
the lines
obviously,
are not on a sphere. There are no parallel lines on the surface.
they call them parallels, though, right?
Yeah, but if you establish planes from them, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no. Like I said, it's paradoxical. You can't actually have parallels, but you have them called as parallels. And if you look at it Euclideanly with slices, even on your model, they would be parallels. So
there are.
I mean, it's
there
like a
are
really
no
weird.
parallel lines on the sphere, Bev, but there are parallel planes that intersect the sphere.
Mm-hmm. A Euclidean sphere.
Mm-hmm.
3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Euclidean. I love Euclidean geometry. It's brilliant.
Oh,
that's how we describe a sphere. Can you tell us, in your definitions of spherical geometry, what's a sphere? Do you allow for spheres in spherical geometry?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah. What would a sphere on a 2-dimensional surface look like? Within the framework of spherical
nobody has
geometry?
a 3-dimensional sphere on a 2-dimensional surface.
Well, within spherical geometry, right? I know you've got your spherical geometry framework. What would a sphere look like on that framework of spherical geometry? Do you think there is one? Do you think there's a definition of a sphere?
It's still the same. Spherical geometry is performed on the surface of the sphere.
Does spherical geometry ever get out of the 2D and into 3D?
No.
No. So that again, that's just Euclidean then, right? The 3D again is just
the sphere is always just Euclidean.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's just a conceptualization then, spherical geometry.
Of the surface, yeah.
So there's no need to imagine triangles with more if it's conceptual. Like in reality, we're dealing with Euclidean, and then triangles have 180 degrees, and
let me
horizontals are parallel.
Let me remind you of the orange bit.
Yeah, Euclidean shape.
The orange.
Yeah, because that's a simple real-world example of spherical geometry. Triangles with more than 180
that's a simple
degrees.
real example of an orange. Don't forget about the law of identity if you come into reality.
Which
that orange is an orange.
Would you agree that it roughly resembles a sphere?
It's an orange.
But it still resembles a sphere, though, doesn't it?
It's but a more definite description would be an orange, though, right?
We could use a golf ball or anything,
and then we'll call it a golf ball.
Yeah, but they're still spherical, aren't they?
Yeah, whatever they are, right? The law of identity applies. You tell us what it is we're talking about, and then that's the law of identity fixed.
Cool.
Yeah. 3D spherical shape, Euclidean.
Because they don't. They're more ball-shaped.
Yeah, well, they definitely don't exist in spherical geometry, right? Do they?
Sphere is just the surface, isn't it? So that you can't say that an orange is spherical because there is more to an orange than just the surface.
Well, no, because Euclid, right? This is a reappropriation of what they've done. Euclid in 3D geometry defines the sphere. It's 3-dimensional. Like that's what the sphere is. It's just somebody's gone, well, wait a minute. What about if we go all the way back to the beginning and we'll put it on the 2D and we'll pretend the surface that we want to deal with is the 2D surface that it says at the beginning of the Euclidean. But well, what if when he said straight lines, he actually meant great circles? Can we perhaps. And then you've just dealt in the 2D framework of that, which Hoymar's just told us. Yeah, it's just in the 2D. It never conceptually makes it into the 3D like Euclidean geometry does, where a sphere is 3D. So yeah, I think it's time we take back the sphere. Euclid, let's rise up. It's a 3D sphere, obviously, like we've been saying for ages. The surface is 3D in reality. That's where it exists. That 2D stuff's just conceptual thinking, Hoymar. It's old school. You want to get with this new stuff. I'm telling you. You should get to book 11. Wait till you get there.
So, Bev, do you know of any three-dimensional object that has an area?
I would imagine all of them.
Oh yeah, I was going to say all of them.
No, an area concerns a surface. Not
area is a measurement.
The object has a volume.
About an hour. How many degrees do you reckon?
57.
About an hour and 57 degrees.
66.
Oh, challenge there, Hoymar. Can you do your maths? Put that into a formula and smoke it.
Well, I know my formulas. I know the area of the sphere and the volume of the area of the surface and the volume of the sphere.
Yeah.
But how many, like Pokemon badges do you have in Pokemon Blue from 1997?
Do you like the 4 pi r squared? I think that's
what's the color of your underwear?
Oh, don't get. Is that one from Brenda? Don't answer that one.
Yeah, I too can ask
taking
totally
special
unrelated
requests.
questions.
Have you got super chats going? Hoymar's special. Is that where we're losing our viewers to? Have you got another live stream going here, Hoymar?
Well, you set up a channel, right? You buy some subscribers.
Do you?
There's some bots that will like your videos, and so the algorithm picks them up, and then
they like my videos. Nice. Are you gonna? Is that what you're gonna do next for us?
No, you were talking about my hypothetical channel.
I thought you were taking super chats, so you could. Did it sound like that one from Underwear Fair?
No,
it sounded like Brenda.
I was just demonstrating that I can also ask unrelated questions that are totally out of context.
It shows where your mind's at, though.
You make unrelated statements and unrelated answers to questions that weren't asked.
Well, ask Sarugaki. He's the expert in that.
No, I'm saying that's what you do.
Yeah, DP just explained it to you.
I was thinking about that. Somebody's put 2D also has area. Does it?
2D's only area, I think.
No, I don't. See, I wouldn't say that. I'd say area is another one of those things in reality. You need to measure it. I mean, like Euclid just dealt with length times breadth, and he did shapes and all of that. In order to be able to do area, it's a mathematical calculation. You need to measure. You need to have numbers to it, don't you?
Yeah. No numbers in Euclid.
And how do you measure something that isn't, it's conceptual? So you have to realise it. So therefore an area would be a hectare, or an acre, land, square kilometre.
Metre square, centimetre square.
Put a distance to it. A Euclidean straight line distance measurement to it. And then you can actually do the maths and stuff and use the geometry in reality. So 2D, I wouldn't say it's 2D. I'd say it's a measurement in reality that you have to do to get an area.
Has three-dimensional properties, yeah.
Yeah, you realise
so
it,
can be
aren't you?
3D. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But conceptually, though, it's like volume's 3D, then 2D's area, I always thought.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the conceptualization of a surface and a superficies. The surface implies to me an object, whereas the superficies from Euclid is the 2D conceptual framework that you're doing it. But you have to realize it on paper anyway, right? In order for you to practice the geometry. That's why I think the postulates are let it be like you, so you can draw a straight line here, you can make a circle. You know, it gives you an allowance to be able to do that.
That's where Babs made his mistake, wasn't it? When he was saying about touching the 2D surface of his computer screen. Well,
Yeah.
No, it's not, Babs. You're touching your 3D computer screen. The 2D surface is just conceptual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, again, if we're in reality, we always try and deal with reality. Oh, I'm getting some more subscribers. Thank you very much, people. Did you buy us that one, Hoymar? Thank you very much for joining. We're just on waiting for George to come. George is wanting to come to talk to us, to take us off the topic of level is horizontal. Now, I'm hoping he wants to go into the horizontal parallels, but maybe a little bit too close to the horizontal and the proof that level is horizontal. I know it's very dangerous for him. So I'm going to keep out of it when George does come, because I don't want to upset him. DP, I know how hard it's going to be, but we know how Snowflake, the Blue Marble squad are, that we don't want to be upsetting him. George has obviously got something to say when he comes. Hoymar's the warm-up act. You're buttering us up, Hoymar, ready for George, the big punch. You're waiting to watch the master at work.
The comedy act before the main event.
Yeah. You thought it was good with Hoymar? Well, George is on his way. The viewers are all coming back.
Now all we need is Bob the science guy. Show us how a sextant works.
Measured on angle.
Yeah.
Job done.
Sextant measures angles.
And Adam Meekins. We need Adam in here.
I heard someone wants to explain how sextants work.
Oh, is that you?
Was that me?
I don't know.
I explained it to you.
Yeah, you did.
A few days ago.
Yep. I think you... Is that the one where you said you have an angle at the centre? Did you say? Oh, no. I don't know.
Oh, no, that wasn't the one, no.
No.
You're talking about spherical triangles and their angles.
No, we was talking about how you were using a sextant. We just measured an angle, didn't we?
Oh, yeah,
and
so
then
getting
you,
sextants.
then you decided you didn't want to do any more.
A sextant is just an angle measuring device.
Yep. That's as far as we got. We measured an angle and then you didn't know what to do with it.
Oh, I did. I went into great detail with you. How to use a nautical almanac and so on. Even though I didn't really know myself how to
tell
do it.
us what page to go to or anything. Do you know now if you had your coaching? Did they brush you up on it?
I didn't get any coaching.
Are you going to McToons's sextant school for the Glober?
Yeah, I have an eye on it. It's quite interesting, but I don't think anybody will seriously take him up on his challenge because...
No, I mean, no. once nobody's gone for McToonsy's challenge, and once he's paid enough into the escrow, right? It's not profitable. He just has to keep paying them to keep the money in there. Once all of that's done, obviously he's going to be showing you guys exactly how to do it with the sextant and the book and all of that, right? There'll be all sorts of videos coming out from the Globe side. All of them, like Betty's been and got a sextant. Bob's got a sextant.
Yeah.
And like you all know how to use sextants and all of that, and you're all going to be able to position yourself wherever. I mean, have you thought of incorporated Fight the Flat Earth's Plumb Bob? Because he can do that. He's taught his kids how to position themselves anywhere on Earth just using a plumb bob. And here's you guys walking around with sextants. I bet you didn't know that. You could do the two.
How did he do that?
You could put a plumb bob. How did he do that? I don't know. He won't tell us. He's told his kids though. Do you want me to get you? I'll find it. I'll have a route for you. Oh yeah. He's taught his kids. It must be dead easy. Yeah.
So does this? Can I ask a question, Bev?
Yeah, of course you can.
Something about the sextant. So I hear both sides make claims about the sextant, but all I know about the sextant is that it measures angles.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's what the tool does. What do you do with those angles? You compare them to some book that somebody wrote with with positions of celestial bodies.
There you go.
Exactly.
It's a good one.
You also need the time at which you took the sighting, the measurement.
Okay, and then once you got that time and the location, you gotta wait until you can get that celestial body to have moved a significant distance, and then you measure it again. But you say, for example, are on the ocean. How do you know that even though you think you're anchored, you haven't swayed like a half a mile? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean you could cyclically repeat the measurements.
Yeah. So how accurate is the sextant at measuring angles?
Oh, I think pretty accurate. It's within. I think it's within arc seconds. I'm not sure. Hang on. Wait.
You just brought up arc seconds. That's not an angle. Arc seconds.
It is.
You need a radius. You need a radius for your arc second.
Really?
Yes, you do.
No, an arc minute.
No,
okay, an arc minute.
Where did you get an arc minute from?
An arc minute is the 60th part of 1 degree.
Wow.
And an arc second is the 60th part of an arc minute.
Yeah, 3,600th of a degree.
Exactly.
See how quickly I did that maths.
With maths.
Where did you get that information, Armor? Did you know it?
I did.
Can I just bring up how accurate is your sextant? Because here's your bit that you were looking for. Fight the Flat Earth. He says, why? My kids can calculate their position on the Earth exactly, not like within 20 miles, exactly using nothing but a swinging pendulum.
Oh, a swinging pendulum. Wow, I see. Yeah, that's
way better than you guys with your sextants, isn't it?
I mean, like
he might have a magic book of his own. We don't know. He won't tell us anymore. He said he was going to do it in a block of flats up by his house, but the council, he was just waiting for council permission so he could do it.
It's a focal pendulum, right?
Didn't they used to burn
It's just a
people
pendulum. It's not a focal one. It's just a pendulum. It's like a plumb bob.
It is a focal pendulum.
No. A focal one's got magnets in it. Keeps it going. This is just what we call a plumb bob. A swinging plumb bob.
any freely hanging pendulum on Earth is a full pole pendulum.
No, they're called plumb bobs, mate.
They're called pendulums.
They're just called plumb bobs because
I've got a pendulum.
they go vertical. Right? It's a swinging plumb bob, not being plumb.
Well, basically,
Yeah,
yes.
so all night plumb bob. You got it.
Yeah.
I have
That's
my-
why he
my-
can do it with the plumb bob. I mean, like he's taught his kids to do it, right? His kids aren't that old. So, I mean, what would they do? I mean, couldn't do it if it was a big wazzing one, massive. It must just be like a pocket thing. I mean, I get onto him, guys. If you can incorporate this with the sextant and your globe maths, you could pinpoint yourself exactly wherever you wanted it.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you why. It's
But what geometry will you be using? Will you be claiming 10k for this?
I called it the GPPS. It's the
Yeah, I'm
Global
thinking about-
Pendulum Positioning System. Look at them. Look at that.
Yeah, because they have a different precession depending on which latitude they
Right,
are.
so Fight the Flat Earth has taught his kids how to do that. It's fantastic. How do we do it? How do we know where to do that?
I could only pinpoint your. I could pinpoint your latitude.
I
and not your
know
longitude.
that.
would
I
have
know
to-
that your model says you can do those things, but
me,
Fight the
me
Flat
personally.
Earth. Yeah.
Personally,
Fight
I
the
would
Flat
have to
Earth
look
has
for-
found the extra way to find the exact position and teach it to kids. You should be getting onto that. Fucking hell, man. I mean, I forgot about that. Dave Weiss would be able to fucking take that
stop
one.
it.
Let's get him. Hoymar, do you want to split it with us? I've got a word into Dave Weiss, right? I can get him. I can get you to present it to him.
To Dave Weiss?
If you can get this, I'll Fight the Flat Earth. Go and find out.
Why would I want to
He
present this to
doesn't-
Dave
He
Weiss?
doesn't want to, because you can get that coin.
Treasure hunt timer.
Coin. It's globe proof, right? Obviously, if Dave Weiss, imagine you could say, Dave,
I've seen it.
ship
Yeah,
me
yeah.
to a Bermudan island somewhere. I won't know where it is. I'll get me plumb bob, start swinging it, and then I'll tell you where it is, and you can give me some coin, Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'll look into what FTV did.
Yeah.
But if anything, then it would be FTV who should rightfully
don't tell him,
claim
don't tell
points,
him.
right? But the problem is that Dave Weiss
Ask his
is
kids.
probably not
Ask his
going to
kids and get
accept
them to
anything.
tell you.
Hey, Dave Weiss is probably not going to accept any proof of that sort, or is he?
GPPS. It's a whole new pendulum positioning system.
Do you think it works? Do you think he's lying, or do you
Fight
think
the
he's...
Flat Earth wouldn't lie, would he? He's one of the most trusted, respected globe earthers there is. I mean, he did call me a child abuser publicly.
Okay.
But
what
I mean,
did
like,
he?
it's like George said he wanted me murdered, or it would be helpful if somebody murdered me. Gunshot to the head. But I mean, I'm not too sure whether they're joking whenever they're talking about stuff like that, whether they're just wanting to contradict themselves because
Sounds
they're
pretty
trolling. I
cynical
mean, who
either way.
knows?
Blue yesterday said he didn't mind if I flew an airplane that I couldn't fly and flew into the ground doing 400 miles an hour. What is that?
Did he put you in an aeroplane that you didn't know how to fly on your
Yeah.
own? Like,
Yeah.
that was nice of him.
After I said I wanted to learn one that was easy to fly that could carry more passengers and more weight, he went on to tell me that the planes usually that crash are the ones that people get over their heads. You know, the props that doesn't pitch automatically. You got to trim them yourself. They do tricks and just certain standard of plane that are harder to fly. And I said, well, that's not the plane I want. I want a Cessna or something that's easier to fly. And then I made a comment that JFK Jr. might not have crashed for that reason. You know, he might be just part of a family that seems to get in a lot of trouble and say things and people kill him. And he said, well, You just might all, might as well get one of those planes and fly 400 miles an hour into the ground. Like, he got so triggered by me voicing my opinion, which was different from his, that he wanted me to crash into the ground at 400 miles an hour. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, he's normally so nice as well, isn't he?
Yeah, it was
I've
out of
noticed. Yeah.
It definitely sounds pretty wild, doesn't it? I hope you never wish things like that onto other people.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
I hope so too.
I can't even imagine Rakir doing that.
The only thing I wished on Blue was that he would come work on my boat, my woodworking on my boat, because he's definitely qualified to do that, but he called me all kind of names. Says he was overqualified to work for me. I probably couldn't afford him.
He might be right. He might be right.
He could be right. I don't know what he charges.
He's an engineer, isn't he? He's a retired engineer.
Do you think?
He's definitely a woodworking engineer. For sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps he is, became a woodworker and then only got his engineering degree or something.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll put you on a three-way with my step uncle. He is an electrical engineer from a very prestigious school. He has a high-ranking job. He does multi-million-dollar jobs as an electrical engineer.
Mm-hmm.
And you will think he's a fumbling idiot. You know why?
Why?
Because he's a fumbling idiot. You understand what I'm saying?
Not really.
Yeah, well, you would if you talked to him. And he's definitely an electrical engineer. Got the degree to prove it, and got the job to prove it.
You mean he's book smart but not street smart, or?
I wouldn't trust him to drive me to the store and back. You understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
So don't put engineer up on a pedestal.
Oh no, that's not what I intended. I myself learned, some kind of a trade first before studying.
Yeah.
Can I say something to that, Dave? Because I know lots of people that can regurgitate is the word I'm going to use, everything out of their textbooks. But you put them in a shop, and they're dumb as a brick. They can't think outside the box on how to fix a problem. And these are the engineers that have degrees.
Yeah, give me a choice of someone who's been working the job for 10 years or somebody who went to school for 10 years to learn the job. I'll take the guy who's been working the job for 10 years every time.
100%. I agree with you. Thanks, Dave, for proving my point.
Not had much of the hump tonight. I mean, trying to get away from that, are you? How am I?
Oh, yeah. When we have Rakia. So, Rakia, you live close to Lake Pontchartrain, right? To the bridge.
Drove over it today.
Great. So, you probably know the 3 Lakeway Center?
Yeah.
Hotel? Yeah. What do you think about the idea of doing a similar setup than Soundly did? Of going up there with, a telescope or camera with high optical zoom,
right,
and then taking a photograph of the bridge and see what you get.
I've already done that.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you want to post that, or?
I wouldn't use a telescope with a camera hooked to it. Am I robot?
You were, yeah.
I wouldn't use a telescope at dusk with a camera hooked to it, viewing through 2 panes of glass. I would never do that. So but if you want me to repeat Soundly's test, that's basically what it did. I went in open air at about the same height as he was, just at a little bit different angle. I can post a video here if you want. And just took a video with a high zoom camera on a winter day that was pretty clear, not a lot of humidity, and you know, all the funky stuff we get down here in the swamp, man.
So it was a different setup. So okay, I see. Mm.
Well, you said high zoom camera at the same elevation and about the same angle. I did that.
Also-
I just wasn't behind two panes of glass using another telescope with mirrors in it with a camera attached to it.
What
Why
about
would you do that?
what about a camera with a high optical zoom, like Nikon P1000 with 200
Yeah.
times optical zoom?
I used a P900. Is that good enough?
That's
But
great.
I was in open air. I wasn't behind two panes of glass in a hotel room with a telescope hooked to it, with more
all the-
mirrors and stuff reflecting light.
Is Hoymar, have you got a camera yourself? Because
Yeah.
it seems like you're judging what Rakesh should have.
I'm not judging.
Well, what are you judging it against then? Like, what's your
no,
standard of cameras, and where does the
What are you
P900,
on about? I'm not
P1000 fit
judging.
on the
I'm
scale?
judging anything against anybody.
Oh, you've just
I really
heard of them,
appreciate
have you?
that, Ricky.
They're your
Actually,
favourite
like,
ones that you've heard about.
Well,
the
it
Nikon.
actually goes out there, and
Have you heard of any others?
takes footage.
Have you heard of any other cameras?
You mean apart from Nikon P series?
Yeah, P900, P1000. Shout out Nikon. I'm seeing if I can get a
Hey,
deal.
but I got a Nikon, but it's not a P series. It's a B series 700.
All
It's basically like
all Nikons are
pretty
good
much
cameras, aren't they?
Yeah, my camera is great. I can zoom in on the moon, and man, the shit you can see on the moon is just crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You could probably also film the ISS transiting the moon if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. See Neil
Yeah, another light in the
Armstrong's
sky.
bags and
Yeah.
These amounts of zoom that Montreal has, and probably you as well, Rob. Yeah, you can film an ISS transit. Yeah.
Right. Have you ever filmed an ISS transit? Yeah.
Myself, no. I have.
Do you know of anybody that has filmed an ISS
with a telescope?
You tracked it with a telescope.
Yeah, with a friend. He has all the equipment.
What sort of magnification did you have when you were tracking it with a telescope?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know the actual number.
Was he hand tracking it, or did he have like a computer program to track it?
Yeah, he had a computer program and a tracker which
that's
oriented the mount.
Yeah. I thought it was moving too fast to be tracked by a telescope tracker.
Oh,
So
no,
you had
it's
to do it by hand.
it's all right actually.
You saw him do it, did you?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, nice. Sounds good. Was it a good, clear picture?
Well, he didn't have the most.
It looked like an H flying through the sky, though, didn't it?
Well, I'm just wondering how you focus in on it as it's moving. Do you track
there's no
it
way you're
and then
focusing it.
You can't. Yeah, you can't really focus it.
Okay, so it's just a guess at the because it's going that fast. Can you not focus it while it's tracking?
There's a fuzzy H flying through the sky. That they say have people on. You think there's people on that fuzzy H flying through the sky?
Well, I conclude that it's a man-made object. Yeah.
You can prove that?
It's a conclusion. It's just a hypothesis.
Yeah. It's just a guess. Okay, cool. Thanks, Hoymar.
It's not a guess. I mean, if you look at the picture I just posted last,
it's a hypothesis. It's not a guess. It's just a hypothesis.
The ISS. So, do you think that's an H and it's not man-made? Because there's the actual space shuttle that just launched from the Earth a few hours earlier. It's docked to that very
space shuttle
H in the sky. Space shuttle, yeah, space shuttle.
Yeah, just
Atlantis.
That's not.
And you think you could make out the shape of the shuttle attached to the H flying through the sky?
If you give me high quality equipment like the dude had that took this picture, Ron Dantowitz and Mark Kazubel, they took this a few years ago.
If you could, I'm driving right now, but if you could post a picture that's got the shuttle attached to the H flying through the sky, I'd like to see that and critique. I want to critique it a little bit. See, I'm gonna try and get one of my buddies here with photo forensics. Have you ever heard of photo forensics? We still need to get that program running around here. I got
You want to
I
analyze whether it's fake or.
I want to analyze your image.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. I wish more of these globe enthusiasts would critique images that are not actually photographs. Sorry, my window was open.
That's a really clear image, considering it's supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, 250 miles away.
Oh, they got it.
Must have just been lucky. Must have just been lucky.
It's still pretty blurry, isn't it?
No, it's not as blurry as a car going around a racetrack at, say, 60 or 70 miles an hour.
Race trackers, they're much. They can focus much better than that. But it's it matches all the other photographs we have.
Jesus,
And if you analyze it, I did analyze it.
All you see is a rocket go up, and you see something come out, maybe like a little light.
You guys checked the date on that picture Hoymar posted, right?
Yeah.
You guys see the date on that picture? Think we could get something a little newer? It's 2022 for crying out loud.
Yeah, they don't put the shuttle up there.
That doesn't make it invalid, but
you can't have the shuttle
I get what
up
you're
there,
saying.
can you?
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Did you see the video that Rakia posted, Hoymar? Going back to Pontchartrain Bridge.
Oh, there we are. I think I've actually... Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, the angle is, it's much... the angle from the hotel is much more oblique than that.
Oh, really? How far? And why does that matter so much?
Because if the bridge is actually curved ever so slightly, then you will see that much easier if you employ perspective compression. So it makes.
Did you see the video, Hoymar?
Did he just say perspective compression?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, an optical.
No, Globers aren't allowed to use that term.
Yeah, they are.
You can't
They say that doesn't exist.
Isn't there. You can't enlarge a curve that isn't there. So perspective compression is not a trick or an illusion.
If there's any refraction.
Yeah, I mean, like lenses are made to focus
I'll show you.
at a specific
Bev,
point, right? So, I mean, you can definitely mess with the relationship of the angles there in the lens, right?
But that doesn't curve a straight bridge into a gradient.
No, that's exactly right, Hoymar.
Yeah, water doesn't curve, right?
But the image is
There's no curve in the water.
The bridge isn't straight.
Bev, you were a joiner, right? I'm sure you employed perspective compression to
The
see.
bridge is not
Employed
straight.
it? No, I worked on my own. Yeah, this is the best one. Perspective compression. If you want to...
If you want to know if something is straight, right, you look at it from an oblique angle. And that is what Soundly did. And Rakia has also a quite oblique angle.
It was Mick West that did the perspective compression.
It was a demonstration, but Soundly knew that was the case because he looked down.
No, Soundly was trying to keep it quiet.
Right.
That it was a photographic trick.
You can't create
you
closure where there is
you can't bend an entire pool cue, can you?
You can. They're flexible.
The butt of a pool cue is flexible.
If you put a weight
under its own
cue,
weight, like a couple of millimeters.
Yeah, a couple of millimeters, and then you apply perspective compression, and you will see it much easier.
You can get the pool cue to bend all the way to the butt. Like, it doesn't actually happen in reality, but you can use a photographic technique to make it appear to seem like the entire pool cue is bent.
No, then you have misunderstood perspective compression. But let's get back
that
to
was what
Rakia's
Mick West
video.
did. Can you not?
If
That
you
was what Mick
compare,
West did.
if we compare the humps in Rakia's footage to the humps in Soundly's footage, then they are
That's
greatly
exactly right here.
exaggerated
It's
in
why I
Soundly's
call you a
footage,
lying
right?
shit. I'm just gonna say it.
You just overtalked me. I didn't get what you were saying.
No, I just called you a lying shit. That's all.
Okay, this was an ad hominem. That doesn't
No,
get
you
us
just do not answer
an
questions.
argument,
Move
and
on
please
past
just
the
shut up.
point. Like it doesn't matter, right? You just lie. Keep going.
There you go. Look, have a look at this. Look at that pool cue there.
Yeah, you put an entire cinder block onto the pool cue so we can
And bent
bend
it by about
like
2 millimeters, so it touched itself right at the end. It touched again, and look how much of that bend goes all the way down the butt of the pool cue.
So how can this be a straight pool cue?
Definitely. Yeah, I said that to Mick West. I said, Mick, what the fuck are you doing with a bent pool cue? And he went, I didn't. It's a straight pool cue. I just bent it by the tip at the one end and put a little packing piece underneath it at one end and bent it.
So it is bent.
But that whole bend goes down to the butt of the cue. That doesn't actually happen in reality. Only in the picture.
But it's a bent cue, isn't it?
No.
There's a physical block
It's a
below the cue.
straight,
And a cinder block on the cue.
There's a tiny piece. There is a tiny piece of something, and the cue is weighted down on its own by the butt of the cue. Can you not? That's so dishonest of you. So dishonest of Mick. Well, not dishonest of Mick. Mick shows everyone exactly how their photographic technique employs you putting a slight curve all the way down the pool cue to the butt. The entire cue is bent. That doesn't happen in reality. It's just a photographic technique, obviously.
Name that technique then.
Photographic compression shown by Mick West.
It's called perspective compression, and it compresses perspective. It doesn't curve. It doesn't curve straight lines.
It does. It actually puts a bend on the butt of the pool cue
you're either mistaken
picture.
or lying there.
Look,
are you mistaken or are you lying?
That's Mick West's
That's
picture.
a false dichotomy.
It's not. He's mistaken.
Yes, it is.
Look up what perspective compression is.
It even looks fuzzy if you look at the picture. It looks like there's some movement in it, like they have done something extra to it. They've used a special technique to add curvature to a straight cue. Obviously.
No.
Yeah, that's why that picture disappeared when I seen that, because it was before I even came round here. This is when I was on Twitter.
How do you imagine that a pool cue that lies on
that picture
block and has a cinder block on top of it, how can that be straight? It's lying on a flat surface.
How can the bend go all the way down to the butt of the cue? How could that possibly be?
Because we have the weight of the tip of the cue.
You do realise there's a piece of metal inside the butt of a cue, don't you?
Yeah.
It's about 4 inches long.
Yeah.
And it slides inside the butt of the cue. How do you think that piece of metal has been bent?
Does it look bent? Does that part of the cue?
That whole part of the cue looks bent.
No, it's just if you look closely, which parts are bent and which aren't.
All of the cue's bent, Hoymar.
The whole of it, even the butt of the pool cue. Now, have you ever tried to bend the butt of a pool cue, Hoymar?
I haven't tried bending pool cues because I wanted to play pool with them. what's it called, billiard.
Billiards. Have you ever done any pool?
Sorry, what?
Have you ever played pool?
I have.
Nice. So have you, or could you imagine bending the butt of a pool cue?
Well, if I put a cinder block onto it and a little block below it, I could probably bend it, yeah. But
You've never done anything with wood or anything, right?
I have. You just deny, you just misrepresent what perspective
No, I
compression
know
is.
where
then,
the
or-
bend would happen. It would happen
Is
at
that the
the
plan, then?
thin end. It wouldn't
Just
go
don't
to
acknowledge
the big,
what
thick
perspective compression
end.
actually is.
Wouldn't be the same all the way along, would it? If you just put a cinder block onto one end and put a little block of plastic or something, I think it is.
It is the same.
You think it would look like this in reality if you did that?
Yeah, if I put my eye at the position of the camera, then I would see exactly this.
Even though, of course, it would be straight along the surface the entire way and not bent up into the air like that.
It's not straight. It's not straight.
No, in the picture, I know, yeah, but in reality, right, the pool cue wouldn't bend up into the air because you put a little piece of stone on the front.
It bends down towards. It goes back down from its own weight, or it's bent already. That's the other possibility.
Is it drop? Is it hump? What is this, Hoymar?
It's just a pool cue that is not straight.
Can you think you could calculate the circle with that arc?
If we had 3 points on that arc, yeah, we could.
Yeah, of course you could. Because it's an arc, right? It's
Yes.
curved the entire way, Hoymar.
Yeah, I mean it's not perfect, right? It's just a pool cue, but you get the idea.
Yeah, the image distorts the reality pretty, you know.
You found
fair
the
amount in this
effect
picture.
that does that. Like if I ask you how do straight lines get curved all across the image?
Yeah, it must be some technique, right?
How does a pool cue get a bent butt?
How does it like lift up into the air like that?
Which part is lifted up?
From the front, it's only the butt of the pool cue touching the thingy, right? So it goes up into the air, and
Yeah,
the
it's
weight
pretty-
of it
It's a
makes
little
it bend
tiny
down, right?
plastic
That's
block.
what you
I think
say.
he said that was about 2 mil or something.
So the bend must be because of the weight of the butt of the pool cue, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, of course.
Or it's just bent beforehand, and he just put it in there so it stays.
That was specifically. That's what I said to Mick West. You can ask him yourself, because I said, "Fucking hell, Mick, what are you doing with the pool cue like that? Like that's ridiculous. Skip it. Get yourself a proper pool cue, mate." And he went, "No, it's straight. It's definitely a straight pool cue." I just it just weighted itself and curved
he
itself.
has disproven. That means he would have disproven his own claim. Like, are you serious?
That's why I said, and that's why I think it disappeared. That it took me 2 years to find this again. Nobody else used it, as though I only found it again. As soon as I found it again, I thought I'm having that, and nobody else is letting that go again. Because look at it. The entire cue, all the way down to the butt, has got a constant curve in it, like just like the bridge. And we know the bridge is straight, and we know that pool cue is straight, and he put it in a picture like that to show us exactly how they've got a camera technique.
So for anyone who wants to know the truth, I posted a link to the actual post where Mick describes what he did, and we clearly see that there is a physical curve in the pool cue. He even has a video. He has a video of that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's beyond any doubt. This is a bent cue, and the camera does not.
So he was lying when he said to me it wasn't a bent cue. It just bent it under its own
what
weight.
he said to you, Biff. You could be lying to me, so that doesn't. I can't verify what he said to you.
Should we take a vote? Who does people
We don't-
believe?
Well, that would be an extremely biased vote.
Okay, so no.
No vote. Okay. So he didn't lie, or did he lie?
He did not lie.
So it's straight.
Are you accused Bev of
It's
not
bent.
knowing what perspective? Sorry, did I ever talk you, Sarangeki?
Yeah, I was just asking because he was the straight or curved. So he said it was straight. He did not lie. Hoimar confirmed it's a straight pool cue.
I did not. I said it's curved. It's physically curved.
Yeah,
And
so he
as I
lied.
just
Then.
read,
So you
Mick
just
confirmed that.
contradicted yours. No, he said it was straight. That's the entire point, right?
No, Saugaki, look at the image I just posted.
There you go.
This is a physical downward curve in the cube. That's what Mick wrote.
Yeah, it doesn't go all the way to the thing. I've got it there, look. I
Yeah,
took the
did you read
photo
the
of my
actual-
pool cue, which I slightly bent under its own weight.
Yeah,
The intent was to show how perspective compression magnifies a slight curve. Well, look at it. It magnifies it so it goes all the way down the butt of the cue.
So it's not a straight cue, do you agree?
He bent it under its own weight. It would not bend all
So it's
the
not
way
a straight
down
cue.
the butt of the cue
We're not
under
looking at a
its
straight
own
cue.
weight.
We're not
Hoimar.
looking at a straight cue.
You would bend the tip down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you agree or
about it.
disagree on the statement that the pool cue is bent?
We've done this, Hoimar. You can do it yourself.
I know,
You
yeah, I know.
cannot get that curvature picture unless you use the technique that Soundly's done. Now, nobody's told us what that technique is. They're keeping it as a secret. It's a little technique that they've got
No,
of their own.
It's called perspective compression. You get
and
your stone.
Yes, that's the
You
trick.
look down
Hoimar.
the straight or level line to see if it curves in any way, because you don't
Hoimar.
see it from the side.
You accused Bev of not knowing what perspective compression is or how it works. So please educate me. What is perspective compression?
Perspective compression means that you can actually, when looking at an object, you can compress your perspective. So in one axis, all deviations along that axis will get exaggerated. So if you want to find out if a wooden plank is straight or curved, you don't look at it from the side, but you look at it from an oblique angle.
You use
So
twist sticks as well.
That is a load of horse shit, Hoimar.
That was your response, no matter what I would answer, right? That would
Because
have been your response.
perspective compression is a photographic technique for bringing 2 points in a photograph optically closer together, thus compressing everything in the photograph.
That's correct. I didn't describe it differently. That's exactly what I said. You exaggerate whatever there is.
No,
in
it's not what you
photograph.
said.
Like, along one axis.
It's not just looking at it from an angle.
And there is a photograph of perspective compression.
How'd you like the picture I posted, Hoimar?
The latter one? That's from ground level. You won't see much from ground level. Like for
Do you see a curve there?
That's just from water. It just drops below the horizon.
Where's the curve? Where's the hump?
Below the horizon. The water drops away from eye level here.
It looks to me, I could be mistaken, it looks to me like the water is going up, like it's raising a little
Yeah, perspective is doing that. It raises to your eye level, roughly. It still stays below because there's an actual curve.
So correct me if I'm wrong, in your model, the water drops from your foot immediately, from where you are immediately. Isn't that how your model works?
It's a gradient, yes.
But how come it's going up then? How come it's going up?
You're eyeballing the gradient. That's on the micrometer scale at this distance.
Micrometer scale, huh?
Yeah. These are the sizes we're talking about.
It's dropping away from you
while
constantly.
Or do you think you can
from
eyeball
where you are?
8 inches over 1 kilometer drop?
That's
over
over
1 mile?
That's a 24-mile stretch you're looking at there.
Yeah, and you think you could eyeball a few inches of drop?
Well, the drop gets progressively more as it gets further away from you. No, it doesn't rise up, does it?
Perspective will have it rise towards the vanishing point while still also dropping away.
How can that be? How can the perspective, which is optical, affect the physical water?
I didn't say that it does. The
Well, you
physical
said
water
it. You
drops
said
away
it has
from
it
you.
dropping down whilst rising up.
No, perspective.
Perspective what?
We'll have
Stop
everything
flapping. Stop
move
flapping your
towards the
gums and
vanishing
saying
point.
perspective.
But you know that it does, right? Like if you look at an array of street lamps, right, they will appear to rise vertically towards your vanishing point. Or won't they?
They rise vertically.
Right?
Yeah.
You
Wow.
said earlier on, Hoimar, right?
As I just posted,
No,
just
no,
the middle
Hoimar,
picture,
Hoimar.
right?
Hold
Like
on,
just
hey,
the
don't
actual
show you your
road.
problem right now, Hoimar. You said the horizon drops below or never rises to eye level.
No,
because
the
it
horizon
curves
doesn't drop.
away. Because it curves away. That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you
Yeah, so
said. You
what's
think
the
that's the
problem?
only reason for why the horizon never rises to eye level, really?
Because of what?
No, you said it was because it curves away from you. That's what you said.
No, I said it's because of perspective.
Wow.
No, you specifically said it never actually rises to eye level completely because it curves away from you.
That's correct.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, it doesn't rise to eye level. Yeah.
Exactly,
We don't
yes.
know. We don't know where the eye level in that picture is, or if the camera was actually
Oh, okay.
horizontal.
That doesn't matter. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm going
It
by what you
matters
said.
completely. The
No,
camera could
you
be
have
pointing
made
at,
a point,
at the
Hoimar.
ground
I'm
somewhere.
addressing your point. Hello, Hoimar. You made a point. I'm addressing your point. You said the reason for why it never, in quotes, rise to eye level is because it curves away from you.
Correct.
Yes, that's all you need to say yes to. I know that's what you said. Thank you very much, right?
Do you know where the eye
No,
level
I'm
is?
not done,
in the
Hoimar.
picture?
I'm not done. I just repeated back to you what you said and you confirmed. That's the only thing we've done. Okay? I'm going to ask you a question now. Do you think that's the only reason conceivable for why the horizon does not rise to eye level?
I wouldn't say it's the only reason. There are a few fringe cases where there are other reasons.
So you don't know what you're talking about, right? You're a lying shit, right? I've been saying this. You're a lying
That's
shit.
not a
Of
counter
course.
argument to what I
Oh,
just said,
you just
Sarugaki.
concluded it's curving away from you because
Stay
you ignored
factual.
all the
Stop
other
discussing.
possibilities. Yeah, I'm straight on point.
Follow
Trust
up
me, I'm on
my
the
point.
money here. Yeah.
Address my point then.
Your point is retardedly redundant because
That's
you
not. You're
ignored
not
all.
addressing the point.
Can you wait?
Yeah,
Let
so
me make the point.
it's
that
better
you
if you
want to
just.
make. You ask me a question, okay? You let me answer.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. Yes. Your point is ridiculous because you ignored all other options. You concluded at the beginning that it curves away from you. That's the reason why, even though you admit that there are other possible options for why this happens, you ignored all of those to conclude at the very beginning, the get-go, you concluded it curves away from you. You just said it. There was never any options even presented when you said that, Hoimar.
I just said.
You're a lying shit. Thank you.
No.
Point proven.
You didn't prove shit, Sarugaki.
Can we take a vote? Okay.
Yeah, you definitely went to the globe straight off. Like you just went, is globe.
Taking a vote in a biased environment, yeah, that's certainly going to get you a
Did he
result.
beg the question at
That's
the
all
very
you do,
beginning?
right? That's confirmation bias for you. That's all you do.
Hoimar is
Can we take
definitely a
real
lying
vote,
shit.
right?
Yeah.
I'm actually serious. Can we take a vote? Did he beg the question at the very
Absolutely.
beginning? That's
Yep.
one.
Aye.
That's two.
Definitely did, yeah.
Yeah.
3. I'm number 4. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a lying shit.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all he does is beg the question.
And lie.
Yeah, it's just R.
All day long, lying shits. That's all they got. They come and they lie to your face. That's literally everything they have.
They come in here and say that we're the ones that are obsessed. It's really strange. I find it fascinating, Hoimar, but not many people do. Right? Most people are getting really tired of it. I mean, do you not get tired of it? I mean, do you not know it's a globe yourself? Like you're not that secure in your own thoughts, right? That you have to think that you have to keep, coming in.
No, actually, it's just I would have hoped to have some good discussions, which I mean, some were good,
about
but
what?
others were just, spiraling into ad hominems.
About what, Hoimar? What would you
like, regardless
want to
of,
talk
you
about?
ask me a question, and regardless of what I answer, you say, "Well, you're lying."
I'm just asking you
I don't
now,
know.
like, what is it that you would want to talk about other than being a blue marble snowflake?
Well, we could talk about pretty much anything relating to Earth and its shape or
reality,
whatever.
right?
Reality around us, right?
Yep.
As long as we stayed on a point and factual, right?
But you can't talk about anything without lying, Hoimar.
You get really
can't-
triggered
you
when we
just
do
accuse
talk
me of
about
that without
reality and how
actually
we do actually
demonstrating
measure it.
And you twist words in my mouth. That's not what you do in a discussion.
Not in your mouth.
If you think there's a misunderstanding, then you ask your partner to
projection.
clarify
Are you
what they meant.
practicing your projection?
No one here actually asked. I think I was never asked if I can clarify a specific point. You just make assertions.
What
and
specific
twist words.
point would you want to clarify?
Well, any that you misrepresented.
Go on,
The
then.
specifically
first one.
arbitrary point. That was a really good one, Hoimar. Since you
Yeah,
needed help.
that was just you too stupid to understand a definition.
Yeah, that's too stupid.
No, there you
That's
go
a
with
nice
the ad
add-on.
homs.
Yeah.
Straight in
Go
there.
on. What?
You
So,
had
what
that,
is
yeah.
the one that you would want to clarify? One of your major positions that you think you might have been
that's too late now. But
misrepresented.
we could do that
Have
in
you
the
forgot?
future.
Oh, bollocks! You should have wrote it down. Or one of
But
them
when we were
anyway.
talking
Did you
about,
write
you
any
know,
of them down? All of
when we
these
were
points
talking
that
about
you
the
feel
atomic
like
clocks,
you've been
right?
misrepresented.
The atomic clocks, for example.
Yeah. Do you know how they work?
That's
Obviously
not the
not,
question.
because
That's
there
not
is
the-
no
we were
atomic
talking
clock.
about
Have you
that,
ever
right?
seen one?
Basement. We established this.
And then suddenly we had Sarugaki asking whether he should buy cesium in the hardware
Yeah, because
store
you
or
do
whatever.
not understand
And
critical
that kind of
thinking and
bullshit.
logic, like
That
Kevin
kind of
B has
bullshit, you know?
pointed out to you earlier. That's why.
It's kindergarten niveau, and you know it.
You cannot follow the logic of your own claims to where it even came from, Hoimar. This has been pointed out to you many, many times. And you cannot sit and just listen. You have to just yap bullshit all the time. Listen to what people are saying for once, Hoimar. Please, God.
He's being coached. It's all right. Blue's in there. How's he doing?
At least
Blue?
I'm
You
not
think he's
twisting
all
your
right?
words around in your mouth.
Oh, wow. Another lie. Straight right into another lie, Hoimar. Lying shit.
You're on the borderline here, bud. I'm not sure why you're doing what you're doing, but you're definitely on the borderline.
Nice one for that, Rakia, because Hoimar accused me of lying about that very thing that you've just posted in the chat.
No, you
There
can go
you go.
grab a pool stick yourself, roll it on the table. It's flat, it's not crooked. Hold it up at a certain angle. I call it the soundly angle, and it appears curved. Do it at a different angle, and the curve goes away. It's just an optical phenomenon, depending on the lighting, the angle, the viewer height, all that.
So,
Omar
Rakia,
wants to divide.
do we just believe that screenshot? Does it look doctored to you, or is that a genuine
It's the
screenshot?
video I just took in my game room that you can go take yourself. That's me holding a cue stick, rolling it on the table to prove that it's
Oh, sorry.
not crooked.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about the screenshot. Yeah, I didn't see the video. No, the screenshot. Are we just going to believe that? Is that doctored, or why is it cut off, or and so on?
Did you ask those questions earlier? No, you didn't. So you're
What are you
contradicting
talking
yourself
about?
by even asking the question, Hoymar. Jesus.
That's Soundly's picture when I was talking to Soundly, and he posted in there that it was a stacked photo, multiple photos in post-production. That's Soundly's words.
Are you still on that server where he said that?
What are you talking about?
Can you show me the actual
it.
message?
He needs to cover the tracks.
Go ask Soundly. He
This
will
looks
tell you the
doctored.
same thing.
This image looks totally doctored. Nothing
That's
aligns.
Soundly's
I don't care
image.
what you think. I don't even know how to doctor an image. I have a screenshot of Soundly saying exactly what y'all say is not happening. I knew it was a stacked photo for years. I finally got Soundly to admit it, and I took a screenshot of it. That's it. I don't need to doctor anything, sir. It's the truth.
This does not look like any Discord interface.
I
I've
don't
ever seen.
care what you think it looks like.
Fine,
that
then
is
I just
Soundly's
don't
word.
believe
You can. I'll tell you what we do.
I need a
You
better
go
source
talk
for
to
that.
Soundly, ask him if that photo is stacked, and then come back and tell me if I doctored the picture from a Discord server. You idiot. Now that's a direct attack on you because that's what you're being.
I need a better source than a screenshot.
I don't care what you need. I'm gonna lay down for a massage right now.
And then
Hoymar. Right,
Even
this
if it
is
was a stack.
it's Hoymar. This is just a picture. There's no need for you to get upset.
Yeah.
If you need, right, if you have a need for a better picture, go and get it yourself. Go and ask Soundly yourself.
That was not
right. Yeah, go and ask somebody else. Like you don't need somebody else to give it to you. It's not that bad.
From a screenshot where nothing aligns, right? What's going on there? I would just like a better source.
Mm-hmm.
How about the guy who typed it? His name is Soundly.
Mm-hmm.
You idiot. What more of a better source can I give you than Soundly, the guy who said it?
I don't know whether I think Hoymar might know that Soundly's not coming back, right, Hoymar?
Okay, let me
Have you had a word with Soundly?
It's easy to just doctor anything.
Soundly,
no one is denying that you can doctor a photo. That's why I'm giving you the source. His name is Soundly. I'll repeat. You're an idiot.
Let me show you why I can't take this. I can't just take the word.
Because you need a model, right? You need the globe. That's why you can't just take things.
Soundly's admitted it many times. I think I've seen either 350 or 550 stacked images to make that one picture. Why everything looks so flat?
You can go to his channel right now and prove it to yourself. Now, I know you know how to doctor photos. I don't. So you're probably the one deceiving people by doing that. I don't. I don't need to.
Okay,
go to Stanley's channel.
Let's say I believe you, right?
Why are you still talking about this? I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Yeah, then let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on from you being an idiot.
Let's assume it's a stack of images. Now what?
Well, I'm not assuming anything. It is a stacked image.
Okay.
You know how you can tell? You know how you can tell? You don't know, do you? You have no clue. You know what a stacked image does?
Well, it gets, it gets blurry.
It gets blurry. The very opposite of that. It creates an image that's more clear. It creates a colorful picture. It clears up the unclear. Like, I'm not talking about this anymore. You obviously don't know.
No critical thinking. No critical thinking, Rucky. It's what we talked about for, 3 hours now?
Oh, yeah. No. I was wrong, yeah. Yeah, stacked image.
It's either that or obvious deceit.
Obvious deceit, I'd go for.
Lying shit.
Okay, so stacked image, right? It gives you a sharper image with better colors and more detail. Great. So, what do we make of that?
Just
Besides
that's
it being
what it is.
post-production.
Law of identity. That's what it is, right?
Manipulated.
Logic, right?
He
Do you
sold
think?
this as a single picture for years until I called him out on it.
You called him out? How did you find out?
Because
You can look at it and
By
see.
looking at
oh my
Hoimar.
goodness, this guy.
DP, how did you see it's a doctored? It's a stacked image.
You can look at it and see it's stacked, Hoimar.
How?
When you deal with images and photographs and image manipulation and graphic work, you can tell a stacked image just by looking at it, Hoimar.
And if you're a critical thinker, Hoimar, you can see these things.
I would have assumed that you employed, some photographic forensics.
You can make all the assumptions you want, Hoimar.
Interesting.
So Hoimar.
Wait a minute. He's saying photographic forensics. It's Soundly's admitted it. We don't need to go to photographic forensics. Soundly's actually said it's a stacked image. He knows it is. He admits it is. Hoimar, I don't know why are you doing this. He's just showing everyone how argumentative you can be.
Hoimar's getting really butthurt because me and him had a back and forth in the text a few days ago, and he accused me of being a liar for saying that is a stacked image. And now that Rakia has posted the message from Soundly, Hoimar knows that I know he's wrong. And he's butthurt. That's why he's making such a big deal out of this.
Is this true, Hoimar?
Are you butthurt?
I'm not sure if did I accuse you of lying?
Yes, you did.
I just wanted
Hoimar.
you to.
You said I'm a liar. I said the photograph is stacked, and you said you are a liar.
That's
really
really
sad. You said I'm a liar. Yeah.
No, you accused me of being a liar.
I said to you, so don't accuse me of lying until you can show me a reference.
There you go. Look at that. Nice reversal.
You accused me of being a liar, Hoimar.
The message history is
still there, so
don't talk shit, DP.
That laughter is all we needed to hear.
Yeah, the message history is still there, so you accused me of
The
lying.
laugh of the guilty.
I told you to demonstrate. I think, it's probably stacked.
I'm going to need some more proof. Anybody can manipulate a photo taken of a chat. Can you prove that's... I mean, you just manipulated another one. How we know this one's not manipulated?
Yep. You just told us you were in the process of manipulating photos because you've just done it.
I showed you an example, right? How easy it is. That's why I was a bit critical.
So now there's no way we could ever trust anything that you ever post, especially for screenshots like that, because you've just shown us that you are willing to be able to be a lying, deceitful shit by manipulating images.
Goes both ways,
Would a message link suffice or to the actual messages in the server? Because I can't doctor DP's messages. Would that satisfy your standards?
For what? Knowing that you doctor images.
You accused me that I could have doctored that.
No, the initial one was that you accused DP of lying. I know you're doing a nice reversal.
I didn't. I just showed a screenshot, and here are the actual messages.
Is that all of the messages during this conversation, Hoimar, or just a cherry-picked few?
Read it yourself. I generously
How about you
your
answer
previous
the question then, Hoimar?
stat
Is that
stuff
all
going
the
on.
measure? Is that all of the messages in that conversation, Hoimar?
You can click on the link yourself. You don't need to trust me.
Mm-hmm. The YouTube chat says you've been wrong about just about everything.
Every single thing.
Yeah.
YouTube chat's always right too.
I don't think can anybody
Yeah.
remember if he's ever been right about anything, or ever made a point about anything that anybody got anything informational wise out of.
Well, I mean, you just lied about Mick West, right? I mean, so it's not. It
Sorry,
happens, you know.
What? Go on.
So you just said that perspective compression is an optical trick to curve a straight object into, you know, a gradient, curved, an arcing object.
Mm-hmm.
That was your claim.
Yep.
I showed you how neither Mick West did that, nor
It's
is
a
that what
photographic
perspective
technique
compression
to
does.
magnify a slight curve.
Indeed, yeah. So if there is no curve, we will still have a straight line. But if the pool cue is curved, we will see an exaggerated
And
curve.
if there's any refraction across the water, that would be magnified. Obviously.
Yeah, but can you magnify zero curvature into...
You can magnify refraction into a curvature, can't you?
How does refraction curve a bridge? Like, refraction doesn't...
Is there any refraction in that picture?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's
so
always
if there were to be any refraction, would it get magnified? Like the curve that obviously isn't much of a curve, but it gets magnified into a big, massive fucking hump. You know, like I know you guys have this problem of scale where you like to magnify slight humps. I mean, nobody else has ever done the elevation profile into a hump.
It's not an elevation profile.
What isn't an elevation profile? That picture of a pool cue?
No, the measurements of the bridge itself. The GPS data is not an elevation profile.
That one that Blue did then? The one that's on a vertical plane? With a horizontal chord going across it. Look, it has all of the constituents of an elevation profile. Doesn't it? Slice through, bridge, horizontal line, left to right.
Wrong, there you go wrong.
Vertical rise at the middle.
Elevation has nothing to do with horizontal lines.
In every other elevation drawing I've ever seen, yeah, of course it does. Have you never seen the water on any other elevation profile ever?
So Bev, you make fun of Blue making mistakes on his picture.
Why are you
but
bringing
you don't
up
even
making
understand
fun
what
of
level
Blue?
is in a picture?
Do you think it's fun to make fun of Blue? Don't be bringing up making fun of Blue, Hoimar.
Can I just cut in here? Hoimar, you obviously didn't go back far enough in the message history, because if you look there, is a message that was posted before my response to you calling you a liar, where you are calling me a liar.
Mm-hmm.
So I was right with your cherry-picked screenshot there. You should just have gone back a little bit further, my friend.
So is that first?
Can you post the link to that
Click
message?
on your own link. Scroll back to where the
look at the date. It's got the date on it and everything.
Oh, wow. I just figured out what a time window is. It's from when Hoimar started coming here doing the circle shit until the moment he leaves. That's all the time that we've been doing not shit because of Hoimar lying.
You see, there's no filters and stacking there. You are lying.
And it's Euclid day tomorrow, isn't it? I like Thursdays, the better days. These ones looking like nobody really wants to come in and listen to this shit that you're talking, Hoymar. Although you're doing a good job for the Globe, I must admit. Everybody who's listening, they're sticking with us. They're listening for a reason, Hoymar. Now, they're either listening for the reason to find out that you've got fuck all, or they're listening to find out how well you are obfuscating an argument whilst holding fuck all.
Okay. Yeah. I've reiterated now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the image. I think it's stacked, as Rakia told me. So I wrongly accused you of lying, DP. I'm sorry for that. I take that back.
Cool. A bit of humility.
That was nice. So you do admit now that it is a stacked image then, right?
Yeah, it's a stacked image. Multiple photographs of the bridge stacked on top of each other.
Okay.
And we also have non-stacked images and just normal video footage of the bridge, which show exactly the same. That was the direction I was coming from, but I still accused you of lying, although you were not.
Thank you, Homer.
That's good stuff. You see the last picture that Rakia posted? Oymar?
Last picture that Rakia posted. Oh,
18 after the hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you say to that? It's even lower than the one I have.
That looks like it's even lower, exactly. Yeah. So, what I would recommend if we would actually want to find out what happens at the distance, we would need to zoom in, as Soundly did. To see.
Can you
if
not
it
just
actually...
look at the picture, right, and without telling everybody else what they need to do? It's just a picture, right?
Yeah.
Just look at it.
It doesn't show anything.
Like you don't. Look. Not every picture has to prove anything to you. I know you get threatened by these pictures, and you have to come up with a reason that people going like, "Oh, you think that proves?" No, it's just a picture. Just look at it. That's it. Right? Just enjoy it as a picture, and go by. Right? Doesn't have to be a challenge to your model. Every picture that ever gets posted isn't a challenge to your model. Don't worry about it.
I know that. I mean, Rakia,
you'd be better off if you're around here, right? Keep your model just sort of locked up safe where nobody's trying to threaten your model. Just take these pictures in, right? Nobody else has to do anything just because you've got your model threatened by somebody showing a picture. Nobody has to have any course of action because
you think that triggered. Surface threatens my model?
Well, you said you see a picture like that, right, and then start telling everybody else what they need to do. It's just a picture.
No, I only said what
it's a well-composed picture with some nice
perspective. Picture. Yeah, I love it. It's good, that.
Yeah, it's a great picture. It's not even Pontchartrain Causeway, but not the Causeway, but...
Yeah, I'd like to get something like that. Nice day, clear sky. Yeah, nice.
Nice picture. Well composed. Some nice reflections going on. A very well balanced picture.
So, DP, were you implying in your, like back in that chat, which we just talked about, were you implying that Soundly somehow, edited the image to, to change what it showed?
Did he say stacked?
Yeah. I was stating that the image is manipulated, and you said, no, it's not. It's a photograph. And I said, no, it's manipulated. It's stacked. You said, no, it's not. It's a photograph.
Yeah, we talked about that. I thought we cleared that part up. Oh, I was just wondering if you thought that Soundly somehow, edited the image to make it curve, for example. Also,
Is Soundly listening in? Shout out, Soundly. Come back and have a word with us about the bridge, Soundly. We'd love to have it. I don't know why we're talking to... We had Wardy. We've already talked to Wardley about it. And now you've got Hoymar doing it. Just come and have a chat, Soundly, please. Be great. We'll get all the old crew back together.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's pretty cool that you don't even need to stack the image, right?
You don't even need to stack the image. Do you know how to stack? I don't even know how to, so I wouldn't know what to do like that.
You didn't even take the images to stack them, Hoymar. So what are you going to do with the images that you haven't got?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said.
But that doesn't make any sense. What would you do with the images that you don't even have?
Yeah, you've got fuck all.
Yeah, so what are you asking then?
What are you going to do with the things you don't have to talk about something that somebody else has done?
What kind of question is that? I don't get asked these kind of questions by normal people.
You've got nothing, Hoymar.
You don't go... Who are the normal people that you talk to? Do you normally go to other... are there other servers that you go to like this and talk about other people's bridges and other people's pictures? Trying to find different ways to get in, to get people to say things about stuff that they wouldn't normally be talking about. But you've brought the background. This bridge is all you. You brought it back and you put a vertical plane there. You had a measurement of 28.5 meters on the vertical. Then it went over the... We put a video out. Now Blue's drawn a picture of it with a 28.5 meter vertical rise of again. You brought all of this round. Why?
Yeah. Why? Because
what's your infatuation? Hoymar.
It's undeniable proof that Earth is a...
Do you want to bring him back, or do you want to just do it, like...
No. I mean, in order for you to refute this, you have to either deny GPS or deny the involved established geometric tools that were used.
What, because Jesse Kozlowski drove over a bridge and Blue's drawn a hump?
And Soundly took a couple of pictures and stacked them all together.
It's measured in the XYZ
It's fantastic. Look,
undeniable proof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you either have to deny that the coordinates that GPS gives us are correct, or you have to deny that you cannot calculate.
I'm not denying. I've only ever seen 2 elevation pictures with a hump of 28.5 meters. Ever. It just so happens to be, right? It's a bridge that Rakia drives over.
It's not an elevation.
Right? Somebody soundly took a picture of it as well, and it's been lauded as one of the best proofs for the globe. But it's not actually there. It's an Imagihump.
No, the numbers
don't matter. It's not actually there. That 28.5 meter rise on the vertical plane that you said, it was you that brought it back. It was you that put that on a vertical plane. Because I said, are you sure you know what you're doing here, Hoymar?
I know.
It's like you do realise that's a vertical plane. And you went, oh yeah, of course it is. It's definitely vertical. It has to be, right? Jesse's done the things and he's done that, and now Blue's done it as well. You're getting everybody in on the crew. George, no doubt George is going to have to come in. Rumpus wants the drop. So I'm not so sure how keen Rumpus is going to be for the 28.5 meter rise. That's not going to help Rumpus. I don't think he's going for the full nutsack.
So you say it's an imaginary hump. So do you think that
Imagihump,
that the coordinates, the GPS coordinates, are
tangent arc chord? Imagihump, blue marble induced.
Are you capable of answering my question?
It's a blue model induced 28.5 meter Imagihump tangent arc chord.
You're dodging the question. Do you
How
do
is
you
he dodging
think
the question?
I don't know. Like
do you
I
think
I
that a
don't know why. Do
GPS
you think
coordinates
you've coming in
are
here to
accurate?
ask me questions?
Yeah, I think I have.
Okay, right, okay. Go on then. Let's have a do. This is not my bridge, right? This is the one that you've brought in here. Go on. Ask me about, I don't know, anything about Jesse Kozlowski's measurement of 28.5 meters or Blue Marble's 28.5 meter Imagihump.
So do you think that the coordinates that Jesse measured while traveling over the bridge are accurate?
I don't know. You mean the numbers?
The XYZ coordinates that GPS.
I haven't got a clue. I don't know
gives you.
anything about that. I don't deal in those data point coordinate things at all. I just deal in the basic logical concepts. All horizontals being parallel. No, water doesn't.
So you
hump.
don't know, but yet you still claim it's an imaginary hump.
Yeah, I claim that the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a horizontal line, and all horizontals are parallel. And also, there's no 28.5 meter hump in the middle. Vertical rise higher than the two ends.
You don't know. You just said you don't know what the numbers are about.
I said I don't care about the numbers, right? All I know is Jesse Kozlowski put a thing on the roof of his car and drove over the bridge. Right? He had it as 5.8 meters all the way across. So I don't know where the 28.5 meter hump comes from. It looks like it was a horizontal drive all the way across, and I'm pretty sure that local surveyors would measure a local horizontal line all the way across there too. But so you and Blue and Jesse Kozlowski have put a vertical plane there and a 28.5 meter Imagihump that isn't there. Definitely not. Not measurable. There's no way anyone could measure any 28.5 meter hump. But they've drawn it.
But I trust you've used a car GPS before.
Pardon?
I assume you have used successfully a car GPS before.
A card GPS.
Car
in your car,
like a navigation system, or
yeah.
Well, I've got one on my phone, like Google Maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably use that.
Yeah, that's not what you think Jesse was using, is it?
No, it's actually exactly the same system.
I wouldn't say that. Please don't say that.
It just extracted.
It's not like a car. No, please don't do that.
It's exactly the same system.
Oh, fucking hell.
Global Navigational Satellite System. It works using coordinates between at least 3 satellites. And it gives you 3D coordinates from which you can calculate latitude and longitude and elevation, which is usually what your average consumer GPS receiver will give you.
Wow, so he didn't need an actual unit to put on the roof of his car and act all fancy. He could have just fucking drove over the bridge.
No. He didn't want a latitude, longitude, and elevation. He wanted the actual positions in 3D space in an Earth-centric, Earth fixed coordinate system.
Mm-hmm. Would that not have X and Y and Z?
It would, yeah.
Would Z be vertical?
In the Earth-centric, Earth-fixed coordinate system, yeah. Z goes through the North Pole, basically.
So that's vertical going through the North Pole. And that's what vertical, the Z-axis that you would be using across the bridge, is it?
Not actually. No, the bridge is any orientation to that. It's just
so what are the X and Y and Z planes in relation to where Jesse was measuring with his GPS going over the bridge? Where are those? Because obviously, if he's using X, Y, and Z, tell me where are the planes of the X, Y, and Z planes that Jesse was using, please.
Yeah. So the vertical plane that goes through the South and North Pole, and the horizontal plane goes through the equator, and the XZ plane I'm not sure which orientation it is, but probably the null meridian or something.
Right, and in that coordinate system, are all of the x's, y's, and z's all parallel to all of the x's, y's, and
I mean,
z's
you probably, yeah,
individually?
obviously, that's how Cartesian coordinate systems work.
Okay, so the horizontals plane, they're all parallel in that coordinate system. And that's the coordinate system that Jesse used when he went over the bridge.
No, not what Jesse used. Any GPS device uses that.
And that's always with the vertical, the z-axis being to the North Pole.
Well, that's by virtue of how coordinate systems, Cartesian
Okay, so
coordinate
then the
systems
x and the y come off at a plane parallel to the North Pole.
the X and Y.
Yeah.
Parallel to the pole.
Parallel to the Z.
The X and Y plane.
Yeah,
perpendicular to the Z.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't really matter as long as you.
So
accept
all the Z
that
planes would be
GPS
parallel, and the
GPS
X and the
works.
Y's would come off it. I mean, we
If
have
you
been over
agree that
this a few
GPS
times.
works, then we can agree that the numbers
he
are.
was driving
correct.
over the bridge with the X, Y, and Z, with Z being vertical, but vertical to the North Pole.
Not really vertical to the bridge, because the bridge itself.
Not really
is
vertical to the bridge.
At a certain latitude.
Oh, right.
Right.
So he had a Cartesian coordinate system with vertical, but not vertical to his local vertical. Is it a different vertical?
Yeah, they're different verticals. As long as the bridge is not, like aligned to the North Pole, let's say, and it isn't. It's in Louisiana. Then.
So vertical, you wouldn't like. What would you reckon the angular deviance of the vertical for the GPS coordinates, as opposed to the vertical of the actual bridge? What do you reckon the deviance between those verticals would be?
You can read that from the latitude.
Equipotential angle of adjustment.
What you're asking.
What factor?
No, it's just the latitude. That's how much it's.
So yeah, but you factor in your adjustment angle of the vertical to the other vertical. Between the two verticals, you've got an adjustment angle, right?
No, there's no adjustment angle. It's just a bridge somewhere on Earth, and you measure positions relative to a Earth-centric, Earth-fixed coordinate system.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you agree to these coordinates.
Yeah, but that's the point. How do the coordinates work? Because I was under the impression that the X and Y was the plane that's horizontal, right? And the X and Y lines are the vertical planes. The Z plane is the vertical datum. All of the horizontals are parallel.
Not at all. No. That's not at all what's happening.
Yeah.
So do you trust the coordinates?
Yeah, I must be getting it wrong then. I'm going to go and make a brew, but hey, tell you what, you tell these guys exactly how this Cartesian coordinate system works with a fix to the North Pole. Sounds fantastic. Jesse got in his car. Be back in a minute. Come on, Hoymar, we don't pay you for half time. Come on.
Yeah, Hoymar, this is entertaining. Do you know what transposing a three-dimensional model onto a two-dimensional model is, Hoymar? Have you ever researched that? You know, they do that in seismology and basically all national resource graphing just to make it easier.
I mean, when you project the surface onto a flat.
Yes, projection. You know that is possible, right?
I do.
Okay, just wanting to clarify that. because that's basically the same thing that GPS does. You don't need a curve to have a GPS navigational system to work. That's very simple. It's elementary. It's really not that hard to understand.
You think the positions are all projected?
I'm thinking that they project a coordinate system onto a curvature or a globe
Of a sphere.
system.
But you should also know that the surface of a sphere is non-developable. So if you map it, if Earth actually was a grid coordinate system, you couldn't map that to a sphere without distortion. That doesn't work.
Why
You lose
don't
information.
you prove that then?
Well, that's how map.
How
all
is
map
that? You
projections.
just say something and then I'm supposed to believe it
Well,
like
you
it's.
also just said that what you claim was.
I actually just I said it and I actually proved it. I said, well, there's plenty of scientists that actually do it for a living. You can go and you can research it.
Yeah, but they do it the other way around.
That's what's his name? Dr. Tony does. Professor Bill or whoever. They all do that. They're all in that PhD arena where they have to write papers and do all this stuff, and they even admit it. They even everything's easier on a flat plane.
Yeah, it's easier to calculate, but they do it the other way around. They use real world positions and project them onto a two-dimensional, onto a flat plane.
Yeah,
and you lose
exactly.
information by doing that. So you can't
lose information.
Yeah,
so they do. So all the
not
models that they do, they're losing information because it just works easier. It's an easier way that way. That's why they do it. It's
Right.
easier, and I
it's
don't think they're.
It's a trade-off.
I don't think they would lose any type of information doing that. The information's there. It's not like it's going to be lost in some sort of system just because
you can't wrap a flat plane around a sphere.
No, they do. It's the opposite. They do it because it's easier to actually put in the information because you would have to use all these contour lines. You have to do all this stuff. So it's an easier way of processing the everything.
No, it's because Euclidean is how we have to. It's how we deal in reality, right? You can't mess about with that.
That too, yeah.
You do know, PhD Tony has said he modelled flat Earth models when he did his thesis and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to.
But expose the trolls. You're probably not aware, but it's not how you claim that the GPS system could work just the same if we were living on a planar Earth.
Dude,
and they just project positions.
Don't misrepresent what I'm saying, Hoymar. We already know you're a lying shit. I was asking you if Z wasn't the vertical, which you said it wasn't, because I'd be all right for me. North Pole, like vertical, and then all the verticals are the same, and it's fine. It works absolutely hunky-dory in Euclidean space. All the verticals will always be the same, right? But you're the one that's got a different system of a Cartesian coordinate system. With Jesse using over the bridge. You say that vertical isn't Z. It is vertical, but it's vertical somewhere else. And the vertical that Jesse was using is actually different than I don't think that. So that's you, right? Now, what is it that you are saying? Don't say that don't misrepresent me. I'm telling you exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane.
I did not talk to you, but to expose the trolls.
I don't want to talk to a Google page, honestly. Yeah. I think I've gotten enough out of you. What you're going to say. It's obvious what you're going to say.
You're making a nonsensical claim. You can't map a two-dimensional flat plane onto a sphere without gaps because you don't have all the information. That's just a claim. Did you just make that up?
So you will admit then, right? One of them is of a developable surface, and the other one is a non-developable surface. They
Correct.
do not match together. So, what would you
he's
say if
claiming-
I was to tell you that all the maps are flat, especially the scale ones? 2 scale maps are definitely 100% flat. All of them.
Yeah.
Every fucking one of them. Now, that means
They're still
that the
distorted,
2
though.
scale maps cannot be represented on the non-developable surface, right? It's not possible at all.
Correct.
There's
That's why it's
no
called
way
that's-
that a
that's why they are
2-scale
all
flat
projections.
map could fit on a spherical surface, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's why we
Thank
we
you. Brilliant. I
project
mean, that's
the surface
fantastic.
of Earth onto a flat map. That's why it's called Mercator projection, and not
Mm.
just a mapping of
No,
of
you
real-world coordinates to a
no,
flat
do
plane.
think more local. Think the smaller bits. All of the flat maps, like don't just think of that one, but every map.
Every map.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't map the world onto a flat map without completely distorting
They
it.
do though, don't they? All of the maps are flat. Every one of them.
They're flat.
So that's
but
where they
completely
do
distorted
actually
because
map
sphere surfaces are
the land.
non-developable.
I know it's a
just
terrible
look at
problem
this.
you've got,
Look
isn't
at
it? It's
this
another
stuff.
one of your paradoxes.
No, just
It's
look
that
at this.
2D, 3D thing you've got, right? Because you imagine the surface of a sphere is
I don't
2D,
imagine
don't you?
anything.
Strangely enough, that all maps being flat are also like 2D.
No,
It's
so
really weird.
Exposed to Trolls just made an outlandish claim, which you
I
can't
think
back
you're
up.
the one that's been making outlandish claims all night. Is George gone shy?
And obviously, I mean,
Has he
the
told you to
coordinate
keep
system of
holding it,
GPS
or is he
was
coming?
established using a geodetic datum, which has been measured over and over again. It's being revised every few years. And
Yeah,
they
a
actually
vertical
measure
datum.
the surface of Earth.
It's a
And they
vertical
measure
datum.
great
Yeah,
circle
we know.
distances. The triangle networks do not fit onto a flat map.
Triangles are always 180 degrees.
The triangle networks, Bev.
Yeah, the
They measure
triangulation.
great
Yeah,
circle
yeah.
distances.
The triangulation that they did when they did the UK, right, was triangles, Euclidean triangles, strangely. Definitely, that's the only way triangulation works, isn't it? That's why all of the maps in the UK are a grid reference system. Oh, George is here. He's muted. Why is George muted?
I'm off. He's gonna leave. Why did you mute me when I got in?
I don't know why that was on. Welcome, George. Was he? How well's he done? Have you been listening in? Oh.
No, I just got to the shop.
Okay. Have you had a good day working? Not too busy, I hope.
Did you take Con for a walk today, George?
Oh yeah, take Con for walks every day.
You guys get a lot of snow up there, I think, right now. We got 21 inches here. I am stuffed. I can't even leave. You're kind of low there, George. Or is it just me?
Well, not much I can do about it.
There it is. Okay, they're better.
I was saying, yeah, I'll be putting out my first video in over a year, show some of the snow that we have and
cool.
Well, but yeah, the snow is accumulated. Is normally we the snow level stays down, sublimation and that. Because of so much cold weather, the snow doesn't sublime or disappear at all, melting at all. So it's just been accumulating. I went over to my other property, and I had to go over to one of the buildings, and I was wading through snow that was a little over 3 feet deep.
So that'd be a pain to walk through if you had to walk through that. Get your
walk
snow
through
boots on.
You don't walk through it. You wade through it.
Yeah, you get
Walk.
through it somehow. And then you stop and you go again.
Yeah, so it's been an unusual winter. A lot of cold and just a steady snow on and off. We get like maybe 2-3 inches of snow at a time every week, and it's just been accumulating.
I'm sure you didn't come here to talk about the weather, George, so let's cut to the chase, shall we?
But it's okay. Connie loves snow.
So what brings you by, George?
We do triangles. Let's do triangles.
I told Bev earlier today that I dropped by.
You did something with your mic again, George? Can't hear you.
Push it up to your mouth.
No, I don't know. Just I have the disc. Oh shoot!
Okay, it's better.
I got to change batteries in the mic. It's telling me it's about ready to go. Hang on.
Sounds like it. I'll refresh. Let's do triangles. Going good at the minute. All about the triangles and the right angles.
Is that what you think you want to talk about? Yeah?
Yeah. Geometry.
How you can put a right angle on a spherical triangle or something.
It's like if you get triangles with more than 180, where do you put the extra angles in the circle?
You have to put it like within inside the circle.
Yeah, because you have a triangle at one side and a triangle on the other side. It's the relationship within the circle.
I'd love to have this conversation with him, but
he won't listen to you, DP.
No.
We're going to have to let everybody else have a go at it. It's just like, where do you put those extra angles?
Places you can't see.
It's been troubling me, yeah.
It's
I mean,
not on the surface.
I know I have this basic understanding of geometry, and I know that all the right angles are equal. But I'm struggling as to how you end up with a triangle with more than 180 degrees, and when you do, I'm then struggling to work out where you put the other one.
Well, the other one's got to be a hyperbolic, hasn't it? As Hoymar said earlier.
Yeah.
You got a spherical in the top and a hyperbolic in the bottom. Is that the way it'd work?
Well, I don't know. Well, I would have thought so, yeah, but I don't know how. Because it's not a straight line, so you don't have a triangle. It's just a concept of a tangent arc chord. It's really tricky when you start thinking about it. Like, you know, exactly how it would happen.
I'm just trying to place those two shapes together inside a circle. It's getting a bit tricky, to be honest.
Doesn't he? He takes them at the points and he puts them inside the right angle triangle. Somehow. I'll get a graphic of it. I was kind of looking at it earlier.
No less.
Yeah, Bob there in there. Mobius has put a nice thing in there. Bob says the angles of a triangle are up to 180. They're no more, no less. It's triangles. Unless they're just thinking about Euclidean triangles. I mean, old antiquated triangles. But I mean, they do have straight lines. Like most triangles have. And they're going to be the shortest distance between those 3 points. And those 3 points would be the angles. So, like, I mean, that's a triangle. I mean, I don't know what these other triangles could possibly be. They're pretty simple. The geometric understanding of a triangle.
You're gonna have to use triangle XS, and then put the axis somewhere. Make
Yeah.
another shape out of it.
Chuck it in your pocket. Shove it up your sleeve.
Trade it in for some quid.
What shape could you make out of 3 shapes that have got one flat side and one curved side? You couldn't really put them together in any way, could you?
No, I don't think so.
It's a bit of a shame, that.
You wouldn't be able to do anything, predict any angles or sides or anything, because as soon as you inject the curved side in, the curve could be anything.
We could stack them all up on top of each other, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, you could even go straight for a bit and then have a big massive curve in it and go back to a straight bit. So you could measure the angle. But there'd be a big fucking hump in the middle. Couldn't you?
Sound familiar?
Does nobody's ever actually said that it has to be the same curve all the way along, have they? No. Nobody's actually said that. I mean, nobody. Do you reckon that'd be the new generation? That right? Well, nobody said it was the same curve. I mean, how did we know where the curve is? It is a radiusless sphere. So, how do you actually get to measure how you know what a curve is? I mean. That's always perplexed me, that.
Yeah.
How do you measure a curve externally?
Well, this is something we've been asking them for 3 years now, coming up. How do you measure curvature? Simple enough question, you would have thought, wouldn't you?
Blue's laughing at the extra angles. Is that not Big Blue that was in here before? Is that somebody else mocking you, Blue? I thought that was you. Is that on your other account? Has Blue got a spare sock account?
Oh, I'm sure.
I thought that Big Blue one, is that you as well, Blue? Maybe your other account, like your
Little Blue
Research Flat Moon one. Yeah, do you have Big Blue, Little Blue, Medium Blue,
Tiny Blue?
Or it might be Navy.
Navy Blue.
Pastel.
Powder. That'd be the next one. Powder Blue.
Sky Blue. Oh. I like that one. That's technical, isn't it? Do they have a water blue? Is that ever a colour? I don't know.
Oh,
probably
aqua?
Not. Oh, aquamarine. That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
Indigo blue.
Are you back yet, George? Sorted your mic out?
You could go deep blue.
Like that AI robot or Deep Blue, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
You
chess
could go
computer.
Blue Oyster.
Blue Oyster. I didn't want to go there. Blue Oyster.
Blue Oyster Cult. I can see Blue being in a band.
Called Blues Oyster Cult, yeah.
Oh man, somebody put a funny comment about that. He was like in this like Okie movie where this kid's playing the banjo outside in the front, and he was relating Blue to that kid. It's a famous movie in the US, I know.
Deliverance.
Deliverance, yeah, there it is.
Burt Reynolds, isn't it, in that?
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. I never really saw it.
I get it, George. It's Euclidean geometry. But like I say, I think Euclidean geometry... Well, I know Euclidean geometry is the way we measure and stuff in reality, so...
Why is George in VC and being a text troll?
I don't know.
It's a bit weird.
It's tricky, isn't it? Triangles. I mean, would you want to take on triangles? I just do it from VC in the text chat myself, and it's a bit tough. I mean, he can get all shouty with his spherical bit in the thing, but we are talking about Euclidean triangles, aren't we? I know people put you in these terrible predicaments, George. I mean, like, a load of one people think that they have to have triangles, and then it's tough when you have to tell them when they're measuring it across mountains that there would definitely be Euclidean triangles, even in reality. And I don't know how you get on with all of the horizontals being parallel. Because that's why the triangles end up as shortest distance triangles on a horizontal plane. That is how we do scale maps. Must be tough.
So you're struggling with the concept of spherical triangles then?
Well, I know what a triangle is, and I know that you can draw a couple of lines on. Have you seen Huymar's Orange?
Yeah, well, initially triangles were defined in plane geometry with straight line sides, 3 sides, 3 angles, but we've extended the concept onto spheres, and they're called spherical triangles, not triangles, but spherical triangles.
So you've expanded the concept of triangles.
Yeah, we do that a lot in mathematics. We extend concepts into other realms of mathematics and other geometries and other extend the concepts.
Wow. That's bold of you, George.
No, it's not bold. It's done all the time.
But not in reality, right? You can't expand a concept into reality. You've still got reality to deal with, right?
You can draw spherical triangles on a beach ball, basketball, soccer ball.
You can draw lines on the ball, yeah. I mean, nobody's doubting you can do that.
Well, you can draw lines on paper using straight lines to make a plane geometry triangle. Same concept.
Yeah, but in reality, when you measure a shortest distance, it'll be on a horizontal plane, won't it?
On a plane, but not on the surface of a sphere or any general manifold.
Just in reality.
Like a saddle surface.
Just in reality, George.
It's called a saddle surface. Saddle surface is like a saddle that you put on a horse. It has hyperbolic and parabolic curves in 3 different directions, and you can draw triangles, hyperbolic triangle, parabolic triangle.
You can draw shapes on that, yeah.
You just extend the concept, that's all.
Yeah, but like in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points. Yeah, I know. I mean, you can draw on a pingle. Yep. And you can draw on a saddle. You can draw lines on balls. The shortest distance between 2 points will always be a straight line.
Well, it depends upon how you're defining shortest distance. If you're talking about shortest distance on the surface, doing your geometry on the surface, then your shortest distance is what we call a geodetic. But if you allow yourself to drill through the volume of the object, then sure, it's a straight line, but we do our geometry on the surface, like on the surface of the Earth. If you talk about the shortest distance between London and New York, you're not talking about tunneling through the Earth to get from London to New York. You're talking about making an arc length measurement on the surface, and that shortest distance is along a great circle on the surface.
Horizontal distance, isn't it? Shortest distance.
No, not horizontal difference. Jeez. No.
Yeah, the shortest distance. I'm only I only live in the UK, George, so it's tiny little place compared to where you
So
live.
how do you measure the shortest distance between the UK and say New York? Do you
I don't do that.
All right. Then why talk about it?
Because I'm just talking about the shortest distance where I can actually live. Like, I'm just talking about what I can do, right? Keeping it real,
Well,
George.
how about between London and Glasgow in Scotland? You
In the
measure
UK?
along the surface. You measure along the surface. You don't bore a
horizontal.
hole. You don't bore a hole through the earth to get a shortest distance.
Yeah, but I would be able to put a ruler on a map, right? And the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line, right? And that straight line would be on a horizontal plane.
Well, no, a map is just a projection from a spherical Earth. I mean, the reason why we have flat maps is it's convenient. You can fold them up, put them in your
measured.
pocket. You're not going to carry a globe around. It's rather inconvenient to carry a 3D object around in your pocket to accurately represent distances. So we project them onto a flat piece of paper.
We measure them, right? We measure distances 1-to-1 in real life, right? And then we directly scale them and put them on a map. That's how it happens, isn't it? Triangulation between different points. And those triangles are the shortest distance triangles.
No, not really, Bev.
That's how triangulation works.
No, maps are a representation of accurate distances. There's a little bit of error, but it's very minute if you have, say, a map of the city of London. Because
I think for the UK we got to 1 inch. I'm pretty sure I heard that all points on the datum on the horizontal plane, right, are within an inch. The triangulation, they got that good. I mean, check it up on it, make sure.
There's always going to be errors on a flat map.
I said, yeah, like within an inch, yeah.
If your flat map represents
across the entire UK
small area, say an area on the order of 10
really
square miles, there's going to be very little error. But if you try to make flat, oh Jesus, Bev, can't you shut up?
You keep talking about 10 square miles. No, the entire UK. It's a bit bigger than that, George.
But there's a lot of error in
it's
a
not
flat map
within an inch.
No, it is
across the entire UK. That's what. Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't believe it.
Well, the second triangulation of the UK.
If you go from southern England, next to the English Channel, up into North Scotland, you are not picking up 1 inch. You're picking up a lot more than 1 inch error on a flat map.
Well, for distance.
Yes, for distance.
It's all the entire UK, George, is mapped on a scale map. The measurements are all measured 1-to-1, right? All of the triangulation points have triangulated to where they are, the positions of all of those points.
I'm not going to go through this discussion with you. You obviously don't understand projections.
Okay. Well, I mean, that seems like you're projecting, because I'm talking about measurements made in scale 1-to-1 and then scaled for the entire UK. I know, it must be tough. But all of those triangles that they did for the triangulation, when they were doing it, they had 180 degrees.
Yeah, but the triangles aren't very large.
It's just for the UK.
I'm saying anywhere where you do geodetic surveying with triangles, the triangles in your state plane maps and all that, the triangles aren't very big. The surface of the Earth is huge, and if you have a small enough triangle, the amount of error that you pick up is rather insignificant. It's just like
triangles have 180 degrees, George. I bet you get really annoyed when people say they can't have 180. They've got more. I've heard loads of people say that. I think I heard Larry say that. He told my lad, actually.
A spherical triangle has more than 180 degrees. That's a spherical triangle, not a plane triangle.
Well, why are they saying that they can measure from mountaintop to mountaintop and get a... Because that's Euclidean triangles, isn't it? If you're observing the mountains over there and you're going to A, B, and C each point and measuring the angle, I mean, it's Euclidean, isn't it?
Well, how far away are your mountaintops?
Well, it's just how far do you have to be for an angle?
A big difference in having the sides of your spherical triangles, say, be several miles versus hundreds or thousands of miles.
Yeah, but if you're looking from point A to point B...
Again, it depends upon what the distance is between points A and B.
Yeah, but you can see it, right?
Well, if you can see it, then it's not a very great distance.
Okay. Well, I think what's the biggest distance? 125 miles? Is that all right?
I doubt that.
What, you doubt that they got 125 miles?
Yeah.
Well, let's say 100 miles then. You checking? What's the squad say? What's the crew say? I'd say triangles only have 180 degrees, and if you point them from A to B,
geometry, that's true, but not for spherical triangles.
Yeah, well, but at the top of mountains, right? What sort of triangles would you say they are?
Well, anywhere on the Earth, they're going to be spherical triangles, but they approximate very well.
Are you sure?
Plane triangles that have 180 degrees if the sides aren't very long. If your sides are less than probably 100 miles, you're not going to pick up.
You can scale triangles, right? It's like a...
Oh, geez, Bev. You don't listen at all, do you?
But that's the thing about triangles. You can scale them. They don't... You
plane triangles, you can. You cannot scale a spherical triangle and have the same triangular angle excess.
So there's a difference in the scalability of triangles then?
In terms of the sum of the internal angles, yeah. It's going to be different. The larger the triangle, the greater the sum of the internal angles.
So you would have to know the lengths of the sides as well as the angles.
Yes.
Okay. So that sort of proves that it's a load of bullshit, right?
Okay, whatever you want.
Well, how can you do spherical trigonometry if you need to know the lengths of the sides of the triangles as well as the angles? I mean, that sort of defeats the object of doing trigonometry to work out the lengths of the sides, doesn't it?
No.
I mean, that is the whole point of doing the angle measurements, right? So you can do trig to work out the shortest distance. Triangles
that have the same interior angles are called similar triangles. You cannot know the size of the triangle or the side lengths by knowing only the angles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's not how triangulation works, is it? You have a baseline. Obviously, you know that. You start off with the baseline, and you can do.
Then you know one side length. See, you have to know a length.
Yeah. Yeah, but on...
That's what I just said. You have to know...
Yeah, but you said you had to know all the lengths of the sides of the triangles to know.
All the lengths. No,
okay.
If you have
one curved side of your spherical triangle, right?
You have two angles to uniquely determine a triangle. You can have two angles, one side. You can have two sides, one angle.
Yeah, that's Euclidean trigonometry. We know that. Does spherical trigonometry work the same?
As what?
As Euclidean trigonometry.
It's a little more complicated.
Yeah. So it could, because you need to know the length of the side as well as the angle that you're measuring. But the angle's an internal angle on the plane, internal, cut through the spherical presupposed sphere that you're dealing with, right?
Oh, no,
it's all backwards calculations, isn't it?
To do spherical trigonometry, you have to know both your latitude and longitude, because it's product
Potential
of
angle
trig
of
functions,
adjustment.
not just a single trig function like you do have on a plane.
Okay.
With triangles on a plane, all you have is one trig function, ratio of sides, or like law of sines, law of cosines. Whereas in spherical trigonometry, it's a combination of trig functions to get you the right answer.
Yeah. Luckily enough, though, when we do it in reality, we can just use normal trig, can't we? There's no need for any of that extra fancy stuff.
Well, on the sphere, if you go great distances on the surface of the Earth, you have to use spherical trigonometry.
Yeah, but in reality, we just use Euclidean.
That is in reality.
Yeah. In reality, we just use Euclidean, right? At least locally. Locally. Whenever we're surveying locally, measuring angles and stuff, we use Euclidean.
Well, anyway. Hold on, I gotta get a drink.
Uh-oh. Not red wine, I hope. Don't want to start anybody drinking. Does anybody else want to take over? I feel like I don't want to be. Feel it may be a bit mentally taxing for him. Although anybody else might not want to talk to George. He might have burnt that many bridges. Might have burnt too many bridges. Somebody's put in the chat, Bev likes to hide people in the chat if they make him look stupid. This isn't hard. I don't deal with the YouTube at all. Sorry. I have my most excellent mods deal with all of that. Thank you very much. Well, cat knows it's lifetime. Come and say hello to everyone. It's getting a bit boring, isn't it? Like, anybody got any questions for George in the chat? I don't think anybody's bothered, Eric, to be honest. I know there's a lot of people who are getting a bit, well, I don't know, overexcited. I'd say overexcited myself. I don't know of anybody that's particularly bothered about it, apart from the people that are getting overexcited. But I mean, if you want to carry on, I don't. Is there something we should do just to help you along, or? Is Eric not listening, or I don't know. He might not be listening. Might just be typing in the chat. I don't think anybody's bothered, Eric. I'm not, anyway. We've still got people coming in. RH has got. How many did you lose? How many have you got, Eric? How many subs have you got? How many did you lose? What are subs? I think all of the people that are watching are fantastic, and thanks for watching. And you, that's you as well, Eric. Thanks. Have I got me subs on? So you have to, comment. You have to sub before you can comment. If I have, thanks, Eric. Thanks for subbing. Oh, it's like Eric's predicting. Silence. I don't know. There's been no silence. Eric. Is he putting his fingers in his ears, I think? Apparently there's a purge going on of subs from YouTube. So if you've been unsubscribed, don't forget to click that link again. And tell everybody as well. He might need to. Might be why there's not so many people watching. They might be. They might have a load of people just unsubbing. YouTube doing a big unsub list where they unsub everyone. Who knows? Right, okie dokie. So I haven't got that thing on. So anybody can just come in. I don't have that one on. Yeah. Might be able to get some more subs, if I get all of the trolls that come in to troll.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah, George.
I'd like to try something here. I'm getting things ready so I can start making technical videos again in about a month.
Oh,
And,
sweet. You're back to the YouTubes.
So what I'd like to do is go live, and I want to get your opinion on whether or not what I'm doing is legible with I'm not going to be using a whiteboard here, but just drawing on paper, and I want to see that it's coming through okay on Discord.
Okay, right. Can I just check, George, that we are live right now, and you're not going to be part of the Blue Marble Snowflake Club and sort of start threatening that something's copyrighted? Are you? And, like a later date, maybe.
Oh, if I come on here, everything I do is public domain.
Okay. That's good. Sweet. We'll have a look.
Okay, let's see here.
You've got a weird sound thing going as well. I don't know what's that. Have you got on speaker or something?
No, I'm just
Keeps feeding back through.
I don't know why. Do I need to zoom in more for you to be able to read this, or is this good enough?
Let's see if I put it full screen. Yeah. Wow, angles. I like this, George. Yeah, this is good.
I mean, is it readable to you, or do I need to zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Is it readable? Yes, or
yeah. Just check with the chat. How's that out there on the YouTubes? Can you guys see it? George is testing it out. Does it look good? I've had to put your full screen on the Discord, but you guys think that's good? George is going to start doing presentation. he needs to get his sound sorted out, but I mean, it looks good.
Okay. Well, let's try something here.
How have you got that, George? What have you got that done? How is it? Because I need to do something like this.
I'm just using my video camera. I have a video capture.
Right, and where have you got it set up? Is it
Pardon?
over your head? Or is it in between you and you?
Oh, no, hang on. I'll show you. I did. I got to unmount the camera here. Hang on. Okay.
Up.
There. I have this copper bar and this here.
All right, I like it.
The base of the camera. So the camera base mounts on the other side here, and then the camera just points down like that.
Yeah.
This thing swings so that I can swing it all the way when I don't want it.
Nice.
So if I mount the camera now.
You just need some good soundproofing in there, George. That'll be sound.
Yeah.
Like a
Like I
proper
say,
studio.
Progress.
Mm.
Get the camera locked down. Okay. Zoom in on it. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, a little bit of delay. Okay. Let's have a little fun with some geometry here, Bev. Let's say I have two parallel lines, okay? And say I set off a length on the bottom line here.
Mm-hmm.
Say points A and B. And let's say I draw a triangle between the two parallel lines, okay?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to draw other triangles too with this same base. So let's say I draw a triangle like that. Draw a triangle like this. So we have three triangles here. We have this one in the middle, we have this one, and we have this one. Which of the three triangles, this one here, or this one here, has the largest area, or the same area?
They'll be the same, won't they?
Why?
Because the triangles with the same base.
Yeah, they have the same base, but you need more information than that.
Why?
I mean, well, here.
Yeah.
Let's say I've got this triangle with that base, and I have this triangle with that base. Obviously, this triangle here has more area than the smaller triangle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they were on parallel lines.
Yes. You're getting there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Go on, carry on. You're giving a lesson to everybody, aren't you?
Why do these triangles have the same area?
I've already told you they do. You let everybody else know why. Follow it through for us.
You said it's because they have the same base, but I'm just showing you here that these two triangles have the same base, but obviously they don't have the same area.
Obviously.
So there has to be more to it than just having the same base.
Yeah, the parallel lines, you've said it yourself at the beginning.
Yes, okay. You're almost there. Get a home run now. What's the area of a triangle?
Right, George, you asked me, are they the same? And I said, yes. And then you said, why? And I said, because you've got parallel lines there, right?
Okay.
Go on, you carry on then.
Well, I mean, you're there.
I know. I'm
the area of
giving
a
everybody else a chance to work it over for themselves as well, right? You work us through it logically and tell us the
area of
logical process of why this is happening.
Well, area of a triangle is 1/2 base times the height, right? Well, these triangles have the same base, but they also all have the same height because the height is the distance between the two parallel lines. That's what I was waiting for you to tell me. I mean, yes, the parallel lines define the height, and that's the reason. This is the height of each of these triangles. So they have the same base, they have the same height, hence they have to have the same area.
Mm-hmm. And with parallel lines, it's always vertical, right? There's a 90-degree difference between the two, right? Always.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? 90 degrees difference between the two?
Well, if you have a perpendicular on the bottom of all of those triangles and you extend it upwards, it will always be parallel, right? All the perpendiculars are parallel, which means that the parallel lines are always the same distance apart. And that's why that formula works with triangles. And that's why triangles work, because of the relationship of the 180 degrees, i.e. two right angles, also with a triangle and the parallel lines. It's like a square triangle relationship.
No, not really, but...
What do you mean, not really?
Well, the area for a triangle, like if you take a general triangle...
This is Euclidean, right?
Yeah, plane. Plane geometry.
Yeah.
We have a triangle here. Okay.
But I mean, when you say plane, George, 3 points of a triangle anywhere, right, will be the shortest distance, and that will form the plane. Those 3 points make the plane, don't they?
As in flat.
Yeah, those 3 points of the triangle make the plane.
Yeah, they define a plane. Plane is defined by
3 coplanar points. 3 coplanar points. Yeah. So the 3 points make the plane, not the plane make the triangle. The 3 points make the plane. And i.e. the triangle with 180 degrees. Simple as. Bish bash bosh.
That's kind of a roundabout way of going about it, but okay.
T-shirt logic.
Now, here is a useful property that I use a lot in proving things. Is say if I have two.
Did you say prove?
I use this concept to prove many things in geometry.
You do, so you do have proofs then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well,
if I have two line
congratulations.
If I have two line segments that define the sides of, say, angle A.
Yeah, a wangle.
If I take a right angle, draw a perpendicular to, say, side 1 and another perpendicular to side 2, then the angle at the intersection here is also A. How would you go about proving that?
Geometrically?
However you'd want to. It's a fairly easy proof to do. You can think about it. But if I have any angle anywhere, and I draw a perpendicular to one side and the perpendicular to the other side, then that angle is the same as that angle.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a load of lines crossing two lines, like one straight line crossing two lines, making triangles with 180 degrees. And then it's just a logical process of working out which angles of which triangles relate to which angles of which other triangles, right?
Yeah, that's one way of going about it. Usually, a lot of times to prove things in geometry, you break your figures up like polygons and that into triangles, and then you use the triangles to make your proofs.
Are we gonna play?
Some of the angles of the interior angles of a triangle is 180 degrees.
Always.
Let's look at
always, every time.
Yeah, I'm playing geometry. Let's say...
no, George. Always in reality as well.
No.
Yeah, 3 points. 3 points in reality will make a triangle of the shortest distance between those 3 points.
We're not talking about spheres. I'm just talking about...
No, we're talking about triangles and 3 points. Why are you thinking that's a sphere?
Yeah, triangle.
It's not. 3 points make a 3 coplanar points. That's a triangle, George, not a sphere.
It can also define a spherical triangle.
No, 3 points is triangle, George.
3 points can also define a circle. So, anyway.
You can define 6 circles with 3 points.
2 points define a unique line. 3 points define a unique circle. And can also define a unique plane.
George, what are we doing here? Please, give us an idea what this is. Is this us practicing your new thing?
Got a circle.
Are you jealous of Bob? He started doing this. Sorry, it's okay. You want to practice your presentation? Is everybody else? His sound sounds a bit weird to me. Or is it like for everybody else? What's it sound like on YouTube?
Well, anyway, if you have a circle and you draw a chord on that circle and you define an angle that subtends that chord from the center of the circle, say in this fashion, and call that angle A, and then you draw over to opposite on the circumference of the circle, and this is angle B. What is the relationship between angle A and angle B? Or is there one?
This is good, George. Like, what do you plan on doing if there's nobody here with you? I mean, like, this is your presentation. Surely you can't rely on other people there to ask questions to. Are you expecting the YouTube chat to be answering? I mean, I don't know. There's a bit of a delay about...
I'm not doing a presentation.
That's what you said. You wanted to practice it. This is what you're practicing. What's that on the end of your pen? Oh, is that a mic? Have you been eating that, George?
No. Anyway, can you tell me what the relationship between angle A and angle B is?
Are you left-handed, George?
Yes.
I know. Do you want to know how I know that? Looks like you've hit your thumb a few times.
No, I write. I'm right-handed on writing, but I'm left-handed in throwing and doing other things.
Yeah, with a hammer. Yeah. Hold your hammer in your left hand and whack your thumb with your right hand.
Okay, I see this isn't going to work. That's fine, Bev.
I quite like the idea.
Continue on. I'm out of here.
Okay.
Thanks.
I like it. It was a good presentation. I think it'll work, George. I'm not too sure about you asking questions though to people. I'm not too sure the YouTube chat would pick any of that up.
This isn't meant for a YouTube presentation. This is an interactive where we ask one another questions.
Okay. Were you ever going to get to draw us a triangle with more than 180 degrees?
Not on a flat piece of paper. I would need a
You could
basketball
curve
or a soccer ball or something like that to do it on.
it. And then those 3 points, the coplanar. Or would you change the meaning of a triangle?
No, you don't change the meaning of a triangle. You have two types of triangles. You got plane triangles, which we just call a triangle, and we have spherical triangles.
Okay. So that
The
when we say
triangle
3
not
coplanar
drawn-
points,
a triangle drawn on the surface of a sphere is called a spherical triangle.
points. But but you can't call that coplanar, can you? Or can you? I don't know.
Oh, it's not coplanar. Not on the
Okay.
surface of a sphere.
Okay, so those 3 coplanar points, that is Euclidean, right? So
if you put 3 points on a sphere,
yeah,
and you can slice the sphere with a plane, if you want to use those to define a plane, and have those points being coplanar, you're no longer on the surface of the sphere because you have to slice into the interior of the sphere in order to do that.
So when we are talking to anybody and we say those 3 points, a triangle, and then people might get confused and be able to get mixed up. But if we say 3 coplanar points, that everyone should be dead clear on, we're talking about Euclidean triangles at that point, right? And then if they go, no, not coplanar, you go, okay then. They're fantasy triangles, right? They're not real.
No, they're real. On a sphere, you have
But you can't
spherical
show us
triangles.
them, can you?
Instead, you extend the concept of a planar triangle onto a sphere, or it doesn't have to be a sphere. You could do it on a ellipsoid. You could do it on a paraboloid or hyperboloid.
But it's not on a
You could
plane.
do it
It's
on
not
any
2D, is it?
So what?
It's not. If it's not on a plane, it's not 2D. It's not a 2D triangle.
A 2D. What isn't it? What
plane.
isn't a 2D triangle?
Well, a plane, coplanar points. That's a 2D triangle, isn't it? A plane triangle, 2D.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So anything that isn't plane isn't a 2D triangle.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, what? You're going to have 2D being a plane and not 2D. You're going to have. You're not going to have 2D going out into the third dimension, are you?
Well, see, this is where many of you get confused.
What many of us? What do you mean? No, not many of us. Just me. I'm really confused. A coplanar point, 3 coplanar points makes a triangle that's a plane 2D triangle.
Yeah.
Right then. If it's not one of those triangles, then it can't be a 2D triangle because that's one of those triangles. Euclidean, 2D, plane, 3 coplanar points. A plane triangle, 2D shape. Everybody knows what a 2D shape is. A triangle is the most basic shape, isn't it? Apart from a circle, but I mean, that's fantasy.
No,
as well,
a circle has perfect symmetry. A triangle does not.
Yeah, I know.
I'd say a circle is more basic than a triangle.
Yeah, a circle is just a series of points, though, isn't it? At a distance away from the center. That's all it is.
Well, that's how we define a circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
So
the triangle's the next one, right? And that's a plane 2D. A square is the next one. Yeah, all of those 3 shapes are 2D.
Well, triangles, squares, and all that are a subset of what are called polygons.
2D. Plane.
Yeah, planar polygons.
Yeah. So if it's not plane, it's not 2D. You can't keep 2D and expand into the third dimension, George.
No. Well, where the confusion comes in is if you have, say, let's look at, whoops, where's that? You got a coordinate system here. And let's say, try to get this in.
X, Y, Z.
And say you've got a sphere sitting out here in space. Now, to represent any point on a sphere, you need three coordinates, X, Y, and Z. If this is the X-axis, Y-axis, Z-axis. So in that sense, in order to locate a point on a sphere from some place, a reference outside of the sphere, we need 3 dimensions. That's 3D. To locate a point with respect to some reference that's outside the sphere. But if we take our geometry onto the surface of the sphere, we can lay a fishnet coordinate system. Imagine you have a fishnet and you can lay it on top of the sphere. In that sense, I can establish a reference point on the sphere, like you have at, and then I can find any other point on the surface of the sphere with 2 coordinates, a latitude and a longitude types coordinate. In that sense, we say that the surface is 2D because we can represent it using 2 coordinate values. But if you want
are those lat and long, George, are those lat and long perpendicular?
Huh?
Are those lat and long perpendicular?
They intersect, yes, perpendicular. Okay. They're orthogonal. It's an orthogonal coordinate system.
It's a 2D coordinate system.
Yes.
With the lines intersecting perpendicularly.
You can lay a fishnet on top of any surface, and that makes it a 2D representation. You can represent any point on the surface of a sphere or any other type of manifold with 2 coordinates. In that sense, we say the surface is 2-dimensional because we can find any point from any reference on the surface to any other point using just 2 degrees of freedom or 2 coordinates values. But if you're talking about space, if you have a reference that isn't on the surface but somewhere outside the surface out in space, then you need 3 coordinates. Now you're talking, those points need a 3D representation in order to locate it from some datum or reference that isn't lying on the surface. But if you take your geometry onto the surface and you have a reference point on the surface, like at, 0 longitude is at Greenwich, 0 latitude is along the equator, so you have 0, 0 latitude, longitude, which would be a longitude line going through Greenwich that intersects the equator. That would be 0, 0. That's your reference. And you can represent any other point on the surface of the Earth or a sphere with just 2 coordinates. In that sense, we say it's 2-dimensional. The surface is 2-dimensional because it only takes 2 coordinates.
Let me just go over two points, and that's all I need to go over, George, to sort of this in my head, so I can understand what's going on here. This is a 2-dimensional coordinate system in spherical geometry on a 2-dimensional surface of a sphere, right? With all of the lines perpendicular to each other.
Yes. Think of it this way.
That's it. That's all I need to know, George.
Yeah,
I'm done. Yeah, thanks.
You know what a fishnet is? You have a fishnet.
Square.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Made of some fabric, string or ropes or whatever. And
square.
they intersect.
I know what square is, George. Yeah, we all know what squares is.
Yeah.
Squares is a 2-dimensional shape.
If you
with
take this
the lines perpendicular to each other. I mean, yes, it's obvious.
If you take this fishnet and drop it on the surface of any object, it will lay. You can get it to lay on the surface, going over hills, valleys, or whatever, and it's a 2-dimensional coordinate system. And you can do this on you can drop a fishnet on any surface and represent every point on that surface with 2 coordinate values.
And then you have, you develop a vertical datum to go alongside that.
A vertical datum.
Yeah, for elevations.
Well, we're not talking about elevations. We're
No,
just
I
talking
know.
about
We're talking
geometry.
about the two-dimensional surface with all of the lines perpendicular to each other. I know what we're talking about, George.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you take your geometry and do your physics and geometry on the surface, it only takes 2 coordinate values to do it.
Yeah, I know.
And
With squares.
that's why we call it two-dimensional.
That's why we have a grid reference system in the UK.
So anyway, what will be it?
It's just all in your mind, isn't it, George?
Everything's in our mind.
Yeah. Especially models. That stuff that's a bit too far away for you to see. But can you seriously not see that a two-dimensional shape with all perpendiculars is like a square grid reference sort of thing?
I wonder if you've ever seen this. If you have a triangle, let's say a general triangle, sides
general triangle
A, B, and C, and all I give you are the side dimensions, how would you find the area? You don't know any of the angles. All you know are the lengths of the sides. For example, if I have a triangle 2, 4, 5, what's the area? How would you go about finding the area if all you're given are the 3 side lengths of a triangle?
I don't want to waste all this good work, George. This is great. It's a bit late, and if this is some of your best material, but I like it. I like the way you're getting people to think.
Does anyone there know how you'd find the area of, say, this triangle with sides 2, 4, and 5?
I'm making a brew. Anybody, if you want to join in with George's triangle game?
I mean, it's very practical. If all you're given are the side lengths, how do you go about finding the area? There's a complicated way and there's an easy way. I'll tell you the complicated way of doing it first. So 2, 4, and 5. So what you first need to do is determine one of the angles. Let's say we want to determine this angle, call it angle A. Well, you get angle A by using what's called the law of cosines. The law of cosines tells us that the side opposite angle A squared, so 2 squared, equals the sum of the squares of the adjacent sides to angle A, so 4 squared plus 5 squared, minus twice the adjacent side dimension, so 2 times 4 times 5 times the cosine of the angle between them. So then you solve for the cosine of A. Cosine of A would be 2 squared minus 4 squared minus 5 squared divided by minus 2 times 4 times 5, and that's the cosine of A. So you take that, get the arc cosine. So now you have angle A. Now once you have angle A, now you can drop a perpendicular and create a right triangle. Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused.
About what?
No, just hear me out. You said without measuring inside the surface, that would be the outside.
What? I didn't say anything.
Without. In the beginning, slide your picture back down, please.
What picture?
That you got displayed right there. Slide it down a little bit.
Oh. Okay. What about it?
Slide it down more. All right. What's you said the question? Area question. You have the
Yeah.
2, the 4, the 4, and the 5.
Yeah. You have these side lengths are given to you. What's the area of the triangle?
Right. What if you say to me the surface, the side, you're not going from the inside measuring, outside measuring. How would you do that?
I'm asking you, what's the area of this triangle? If you're given the 3 side lengths, what's the area? It's a plane triangle.
Cool. But okay. In solving this out, we're not talking about solving from the middle and out. Are you solving from the outside of it or the inside? That's all I'm asking.
This area, what is the area of the triangle?
Oh, the inside.
Well, that's what we mean by the area of a triangle. Just like if you have a square, if with side lengths A and B, we say, what is the area of the square? The area is A times B. It's the area defined by the perimeter, inside, divided by the perimeter. You have the perimeter of the triangle. The area is that area on the inside of the perimeter. That's what we mean by the area of a triangle.
Okay, continue on.
Okay. So I said now by using the law of cosines, you can get this angle A. Now, if you drop a perpendicular down to create this right triangle, let me write this in red, get a pen here. So now we define this right triangle here. And since we have angle A, we know this side length, which is a hypotenuse, we can get the height of the triangle, call it H, by Pythagoras's, or using trigonometry. That is, H over 4 is the sine of angle A. So H, the height of the triangle, will be 4 times the sine of A. Now we have the height, we have the base length, so the area is just the height times the base, or the area would be 5 times H. So that's the long way to do it. The easy way to do it, which is rather clever, is if you have, try to get rid of these. So if I have this triangle, say 2, 4, 5, I define what's called the semi-perimeter, call it S. S is a semi-perimeter where you add all the side lengths and you divide by 2. So in this case, we have 2 plus 4 plus 5, or 11 divided by 2. So 11 halves is a semi-perimeter. Okay, so the area, this area inside the triangle, squared, I don't like using square root, so I'll call it the area squared, is S times S minus 2 times S minus 4 times S minus 5. That gives you the area. You take the semi-perimeter and then you subtract each of the side lengths from the semi-perimeter, multiply them all together, and that gives you the square of the area. So in this case, it would be 11 halves minus 2, 11 halves minus 4, 11 halves minus 5. You multiply those 4 numbers together, and that gives you the square of the area.
Yeah, George. This is Euclidean geometry, right?
Yes.
All of it is Euclidean geometry, right? All of everything that you're going to be doing now is Euclidean geometry. Do you think that's helpful for you? Because you're going to say you can't use Euclidean geometry, aren't you?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, so you're going with Euclidean geometry. That's good for you. I mean, I know that's what we use in reality, right? And that's how we find out the areas of all of these things, and it also shows.
If I'm doing geometry on a flat piece of paper, yes, it's Euclidean geometry.
In reality, though, right? You said that this is useful for using in reality. So we use Euclidean geometry in reality because it's obviously true.
Yes, and so is spherical geometry. It
Which
just
means
depends
so
on
is.
the problem
They're
that
different, George. They're not the same.
It depends on the problem.
They're
Euclidean
not.
geometry.
They're definitely not compatible, George.
Euclidean. No, they're very compatible. Euclidean
No, they're
geometry,
not compatible at all,
Euclidean
George.
geometry. Plain
Fucking hell.
Euclidean geometry is not useful for helping you find information about spheres.
In
ellipsoids.
reality, George, yes, it is.
No. Okay.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Calculate the surface area for me for an ellipsoid we've got an ellipsoid.
George,
like
do you know what you're doing? Right, this is all Euclidean.
Say I have an ellipsoid.
George, do you know that what we've been dealing with for the last 2 years? Do you know what Fight the Flat Earth started all of this shit off with?
What is the purpose of you harping on Euclidean geometry? I mean, all
Because
these
Euclidean geometry is what we use in reality, George. Straight lines are straight. Yes, George. Yes, straight lines are always straight. They don't start bending because you move around. Horizontal planes are always parallel. Triangles always have 180 degrees, George. Right angles are all equal.
Well, that's true.
But I know you think it's true.
Case for spherical triangles. Spherical triangles can sum anywhere from 180 degrees up to 500.
They don't exist in reality, George.
They most certainly do.
George, what instrument do you use in order to measure spherical triangles?
Well, it depends on the size of the sphere. If I'm doing something on my tabletop,
instrument, George?
You can use, well, if you're doing it on the Earth, you can use theodolite.
Right, that's a Euclidean angle measuring device. Right, just measures regular Euclidean angles. How do you even imagine, George, you can measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees using Euclidean tools in reality using Euclidean geometry, please?
Like this.
Oh.
Say I'm on a sphere. And
on a sphere again, George.
Well, you're asking me, how can I do it? If I have 3 points on a sphere, and I set my theodolite up here, and I put a target down here, I can measure, and a target here. If I can see them with the theodolite, I can sight this target, then swing the theodolite to this target and look at what that angular difference is. Then I can move down here, sight this target, swing the theodolite to this target, measure that angle. Same thing here. I move the theodolite here, I sight this target, swing the theodolite, so I see this target, I measure that angle.
Yeah, and that triangle would have 180 degrees, George. Surely you know that.
Only if it's very small. If you're on...
No, triangles will always...
No, I'm sorry, Bev.
I'm
Try it
sorry.
yourself.
I feel sorry for you, George. Yeah, you cannot measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Get yourself a
I bet everybody's bored shitless, George. They're all leaving. I mean, this is some really fantastic shit that you're going over here. And I don't know what's led you to doing this, George. You do realise triangles, sighted triangles, in reality, with more than 180 degrees, are ridiculous.
We don't call them triangles. We call them spherical triangles.
It's a sighted triangle.
Spherical triangle is an extension of a plane geometry triangle.
George,
I have a sphere.
I find it fantastic.
That's good, Beth.
You could think this.
You studied this stuff a little bit. There's more. There's more to geometry than just plane geometry.
I know the understanding of a triangle having 180 degrees and geometrically.
Yes,
anyway.
Triangles have 180 degrees, but spherical triangles can have more than.
I can't imagine a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Well, that's too bad. See, that is a problem that you seem to be faced with, Bev, is you have a lack of imagination and being able to visualize these things. Get yourself like a beach ball and get yourself a marking pen.
It's a Euclidean
like
shape, George.
Pen, and draw yourself a triangle on it. Go a quarter away. Start at, say, the top of your sphere and go down to the equator, draw a line, and then go along the equator, the same distance.
George,
and then
drawing lines on balls is not spherical geometry.
Yes, it is. Uh-huh. That's what we call geodetics, or great circles.
Is this why Jesse left?
Once I get my
if I was Jesse as well.
My studio set up, I'll actually do the demonstration for you. I've got a 3-foot diameter beach ball, and I can draw
I've
it out
already
for you.
got a model, George, I did that ages ago, quite a long time ago. We've worked through it with everybody. Everybody fully understands the Euclidean sphere and how the angles are measured on it in reality.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
George, when you set up your theodolite and you did your points, right? You measured your angles. You said a small one would equal 180 degrees, right?
Very close to it, within arc seconds, yeah.
At what distance would it become greater than 180 degrees?
At any distance. But the thing is the issue is whether or not the change can be registered by the theodolite. If the theodolite is sensitive enough, you have to, like with my TopCon GTS 3B, I have to have something greater than 1 arc second difference in order to register.
And what distance would you have to be at to get greater than 1 arc second?
I'd have to figure it out. I don't know it offhand.
Just approximate, just so the audience.
I don't know. I can't begin to tell you.
Okay, well, let's just say it's distance X, right? At distance X, what other factors might make your measurement accurate or inaccurate to that arc second?
I'm swinging. I'd be swinging left to right, so refraction really wouldn't have any effect. Be very minimal.
Yeah,
because
well, hang on. Let's stop there. Because any effect and very minimum are two different things. You agree? And distance would be a factor in that also, right? Along with conditions. Well, you increase the distance, and the conditions matter more when including refraction in your calculated.
No. That's the interesting thing about refraction. Refraction affects you in the vertical plane, not in the horizontal plane. I have extensive amount of data that shows when I were measuring targets over my optical corridor going out 6 miles, I can have great deviations going in the vertical, but very, very little deviations swinging horizontally.
Like there is a bit.
For example,
there is a bit of horizontal, right, George? Even I've seen that with the camera.
Yeah, I have pictures of it.
Out at 6 miles, I have a target.
You will get a bit though, George, right? Just a bit.
Just admit that you would get a bit of horizontal, right?
But not enough to make any difference.
What, a bit?
That also depends on conditions and distance, right? I mean, you have to agree with this, man. This is where you get stuck.
No, you don't.
Just a little bit.
Never made these measurements.
Just
You
admit
have
to a little bit.
Well, I'm saying not enough to make any difference. Like if I'm trying to measure angles, say if I'm measuring a triangle
do you measure all of the angles when you're doing triangles, or do you
60 degrees,
triangulate and just add the other one up, or do you assume?
Say what?
When you're measuring your angles, do you have to do every angle, or do you just measure two of them and go, well, that other one must have... Normally, you see, if us normal people would go, well, whatever, that other one must have 180, right? Or triangles, but you must go, ooh.
You measure all three.
Okay. Is that because you never know how many angles a triangle's going to have?
What?
Is that because you don't know how many angles a triangle's going to have?
I said you measure three.
Yeah, I know. And I said, is that because you don't know how many angles a triangle is going to have?
It has three angles.
Yeah, I know it has three, yes.
I said, see a polo shirt. That's all I'm like.
You must be gay. I'm gonna be like, yeah, you're gay.
Hot mic.
Maybe the question statement you're trying to make, Bev, is that because you don't know what the sum of the interior angles.
Hey, did you know polo shirts?
Angles.
When women wear them, they're gay.
Hot mic.
Anyway.
Hot mic.
Yeah.
Enjoy reading, Bev. This is deteriorated now.
Yeah, polo shirts.
Yeah. she's she knows, right? So she's married to a lady, and she was saying, yeah, my wife tells me that when I wear polo shirts, it makes me look gay. She's hilarious. Sorry about that. But George, when you get those little bit, like when you're measuring three angles and you get that little bit and that little bit and that little bit times three, right? George?
Yeah, I think he's packed up. He's getting ready to go. He's like, I don't know, something's upset him.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought it was pretty good. Pretty calm.
Yeah. It was a good show, that, George. So I'm thinking of doing something like that myself for a quick. But I'd use a whiteboard, a little whiteboard for drawing on, like Dell. You could do it like Dell, you know, George. Get a little whiteboard. That'd be better. More fitting, I think. I like it though. I like the lessons of geometry. I like the idea of them having to measure all three angles of a triangle every time, because they never know how many angles the triangle's going to have. And does the angle increase by the size of the length of the sides? Or does the angle increase because of the size of the angle? I don't know any rules of the spherical triangles thing. Something we'll have to get up to date on. I don't know why they didn't bother teaching me any of this at school. I do know that like a sphere is a Euclidean 3-dimensional. We were talking about this earlier with DP. Since the sphere is 3D, then the surface of it is obviously 3D. Paige still going on about the 120 degrees.
Yeah, come on. That guy posted the picture with the bit cut out of it.
That's
and
my
then made
picture.
it 2D.
Mhm.
Yeah, your picture of the ball, you cut
There you
that
go.
triangle out, but he took it as if it was some kind of proof and measured those angles as if that was a flat 2D ball. 360 degrees around, not around like, oh, it's just mind-blowing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done that before in a picture of like an architectural drawing. And it took us all a bit. We've been over it. I mean, all of that stuff that George is doing. We've been over it, but like we've been over it without the numbers and just the concepts of it all. And how the angles work. I mean, it's all
I don't think
it's all in
matter
Euclid.
how you do it. They just keep reverting back to, oh, well, you just don't understand spherical geometry. Oh, I can't have this conversation with you because you don't understand spherical geometry.
Yeah. And I find it amazing that George comes over to like pretend that he's teaching us triangles and stuff, which is just Euclidean geometry.
And ask you to explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes with a load of questions.
Yeah, either come and teach us something, point out where we've gone wrong, and show us the right way to do it. You know, don't just come in here trying to find holes in our knowledge so that you can point and laugh. You know, that's just childish, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, everyone has holes in their knowledge. You know, people don't know 100% of everything all the time. And all we're trying to do is have a conversation with you guys, and all you guys want to do is attack us.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, sorry, babe.
Have they ever looked at a 3D book, one of those 3D books where they draw those staircases and shit that go all over the place and you can never get off them? Like, you can make things look different. It doesn't mean they are. Like a horizontal line, you know, just because you look out to the horizon and a cloud looks like it's almost level with your eyes, to a person under that cloud over there, that's straight above their head. You know, the way things appear doesn't change the actual geometry, the 3D practical Euclidean geometry that we use. That's why we use it, because we know what it is, you know, because we created it from reality.
I'm just so confused. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Does George like us or not?
I don't know. I don't know what George is doing. I mean, it is simple stuff, and I do like it, George. I like the idea of you doing this, but I think it would be much better if you do it for the Globers. I think you're wasting content over here. I mean, like, we're all right doing this sort of stuff, and obviously we do. I mean, we don't go everything out live all the time. There's other stuff. I mean, we've been a bit busy recently, but anybody wants to come in and have a chat and go over all of this sort of stuff, we can. Like, we do. But it's all Euclidean. And that's the problem, George. Like, horizontals are parallel. That's Euclidean. That's where your problem is. It's no good you coming over here and reinforcing everything you doing geometrically as Euclidean and then saying, yeah, but spherical. Spherical's just a fucking concept in your head. It doesn't exist. All you have is Euclidean. It's getting old. It's like, I don't know whether you're fooling yourself. I'm guessing you must do. You've got to be fooling yourself, right? How you can always talk about Euclidean angles and stuff, and then know that a triangle has 180 degrees in Euclidean, and then know that that Euclidean directly represents into an XYZ coordinate system in reality, and then there's nowhere else for any extra angles for a triangle. There's no space for it. It just can't possibly be. But I mean, I'm fine being okay like I am. I don't want to threaten your model. Say to keep it in your head. That's all. The only place it's ever been. There's only one reality. That's reality. P equals P. P is P. Reality is reality. You can't do different geometries. You can't do every measurement in Euclidean and then say, well, we'll just put that spherical. It's ridiculous. You can't measure anything spherical. Nothing ever gets measured spherical. They're Euclidean angles. Eric's in there, chat. All right, Eric, thanks for being here. I think there's another Eric over at Blues. Right, it's getting late. Anybody want to finish this off? I mean, everybody think that this is okay, or is this... Are we going downhill? Are we trying to find a niche and we're getting overrun with ballers that just won't stop talking about a model? Everybody's had enough of it, I think. I think we have on this server anyway. We're just getting overrun with globers want to talk about their model constantly.
Well, we're not. You can't get any
model.
about the model because anything they say works on their model because it's their model. So how can we have any effect? You know?
Euclidean geometry doesn't really work on their model. It works in reality. It doesn't work on their model. It's a bit of a problem for them. That's why they have to convince.
And spherical geometry.
Yeah, but no, you can't ever show spherical geometry. It's a concept. It's
Exactly.
not real.
So there's Euclidean geometry angles, and then just get all flustered and say, "Oh, well, you just don't understand." Then, oh, I have to leave. You don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, but George was doing some triangle stuff in Euclidean geometry, wasn't he?
Yes, fantastical triangles.
Hoymar drawing lines on balls. You know those angles are internal planes. That's where those angles are measured. So they're internal, perpendicular on the angles of the angles in between the planes internally.
Yeah, just like the ball you shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that makes sense. See, that for somebody who knew nothing about geometry at all, you could come in here and get a really good, foundation to be able to start walking through what you need to think about.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they don't like. They don't like that we give people the tools to actually, think it through themselves.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah, hey, George.
I see that Rakia is muted, but when he comes back, I figured it out for him. To pick up 1 arc second on the spherical triangle over 180 degrees, you have to have triangles of side lengths of greater than 13.25 miles. So, anyway.
Right.
I figured it out for him. Have a good evening.
And that's over say 1 second. George, did you say?
I just said that. To pick
yeah,
up
1
1
second.
arc second of error, you have to have a triangle. You're an equilateral triangle with each side of at least 13 and a quarter
Now,
miles.
is that a third of a second on each angle?
No.
Is that 1 second on each angle then? So that's 3 seconds total.
It is, yes, it would be 1/3 on each. So the total on the sum of all three angles gives you 1 arc second.
Okay, so 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, so if you wanted to figure out, say, for 3 arc seconds, so you're picking up 1 arc second on each angle here.
Yeah.
0, 5, 6, 6. You have to go out 23 miles.
Okay. And what about how much horizontal refraction would you expect over that sort of distance?
I'd have to look at my data. I would, let's see, I'm trying to remember what I was getting. I was, oh gosh.
How far would 1 second over 28 miles be? How far distance would that be?
What do you mean far distance?
I mean,
your side, you're going to have your target set up at 23 miles.
Yeah, but if it was 1 second less, how much distance would that be over 23 miles? What's the radian value of a 1 second?
You mean swinging right to left on the horizontal?
Yeah. What distance? How far would that be off at 20 odd miles?
Just a minute.
Within your degree, if you're adding an extra second to your angle, how far would that be?
8, in 23 miles, 1 arc second gives you an error of about a half a foot, 6/10 of a foot. So that would be.
So we could push all of those points out by 6/10 of a foot. And then we'd have a triangle of 180 degrees, right?
Anyway, have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Catch you later.
Thank you. Yes, Mobius. Do you not know? We could do the I'll save that one for that. We call that the thrice great triangle. Is Homer having 3 180s on his 540 degree triangle? I mean, they're fantastic, these things. So that was good, wasn't it? Nice to have George in. Anybody want to have any final words? I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. No. I bet everybody's gone to sleep. George was droning on a bit earlier on. But I like it, George. I like it. But I think you could do with jazzing it up a bit. Bust a song on the way out. Anybody got any inspiring again? Greatest speech. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all